There we go. Now it shows us live. And there's a shared out. All right, let's fucking go. We are shared out, live, everything up and running. As far as I know, as long as YouTube or OBS don't screw up again. Anyways, this is week 2 of DSP doing DSPolitics. From what I saw on Twitter, for some reason, somehow, Lee, how's it going? Who the Cardinals got this week? So I saw the Lions got the Colts, so that should be an easy win for them. Like, how come they get such an easy team like the Colts? The Seahawks in Seattle? That's going to be a little rough. I'll say the Vikings have the Bears, so that shouldn't be too hard of a game. As long as we don't pull a Steelers and go, they suck as a team. Oh, wait, we forgot to show up and play. Casey still has his Guinness record. Ouch. Say, didn't the Seahawks get in trouble for pumping in crowd noise, which is against the rules? Pretty sure they did. Yes, but what I've seen on Twitter, DSP somehow avoids the whole, hey, the Attorney General was nominated, investigated, found out to be doing what with children, and then pulled his nomination. For some reason, DSP doesn't cover any of that. No, he's too focused on, well, let's watch.
Early good evening, everyone. I just wanted to let everyone know we're going to get running in just a couple minutes here. Figured I would just do a very brief chatting with those who were here early to see the vibe of the night and see what you guys are up to tonight. So FYI, DSPolitics episode 2 should be a good one. We've got a good variety of topics to discuss and some kind of like turbo topics at the end, depending on how much time we have. Basically, very successful at getting suggested topics from the viewers this week. I had way more than enough content for the show, which I was very pleased with. I hope that pattern continues, and I hope that more of you will become members on my DSP Reacts channel and submit these kind of topics.
Here it is. The Falcons lost a pick in 2016 for pumping fake noise. The Colts have denied doing it. LA Chargers have denied doing it. So far, the only team that seems to have gotten in trouble for it was the Falcons. Yes, the Falcons have gotten in trouble for it. Others have been accused of it, but denied it. And I love that with all this going on, with Kino Casino, DSP's completely ignored it. Guys, I don't know what they're talking about. I don't know if that's true or not. Guys, I mean, we're not even that close, guys. I mean, I just hung out with them a couple times. Had them on my stream. But on theirs, guys, it's nothing serious like that. Like, wow, way to throw them under the bus. Kino Casino! I like that. That's going to get pinned. Alright, so back to DSP doing a short little pre-stream that he does in late streams.
Worked out very smoothly because I had so much to work with this week. The more the merrier, as they say, right? So hopefully it continues, right? I hope that you guys are going to enjoy 4 major subjects and then some minor ones at the end of the show. As you know, I'll be shouting out contributions during the course of the stream.
Minor topics at the end of the show, guys, but none of them covering the minors dealing with the Attorney General nomination. I wonder why.
Including subs, gifted subs, and tips. That's the 3 ways you can contribute tonight. This is the same as any other stream of mine, meaning I'm attempting to hit the $150 King's Task goal during the stream. And if I do, the streak continues of support, and that means tomorrow we'll be doing a Smash Burger DSP Tries It. Now, I actually had said something earlier today. This is what I wanted to talk to you guys about before we began tonight. I made a offer/challenge to my audience this morning. Here is the offer/challenge.
Money.
Okay.
Literally, that's what it is. It's giving more money.
There are 3 different places in my area that make smash burgers that deliver to my home. One is Jack in the Box, one is Sonic, and one is Shake Shack. We tried to determine where to order from this morning, and we could not come to a conclusion. So I made the challenge. Listen, if we hit all the goals, I'll order from one. If we raise $50 extra, I'll order from two, and we will do a head-to-head taste test, okay? Or if we raise $100 extra between now and tomorrow's daytime stream, I will order from all three places, have 3 different smash burgers delivered at the same time, and do the first ever triple taste testing on DSP Tries It tomorrow. I have never done that before in the over decade that I have done the show.
But guys, only if you give them another $150 to order 3 burgers. $150? And you could go out to really, really nice restaurant with your wife there, DSP. You and your wife could dress nice, get some valet parking, have a sip of some wine, or you can get 3 smash burgers delivered to your house. So it'll be nice and mildly warm. Red Robin, yum.
Okay? We already hit the goal earlier, and we raised $36 extra. 36. So that means tonight, if we can hit the goal of 150, and then if we can get an additional $64 in support, I'm doing a triple taste test tomorrow on DSP Tries It. How insane is that? Right? Unprecedented. So let's get it going tonight. Let's get some support in.
So let's start giving me money, guys.
The segments. Thank you all in advance. I already just received my first contribution. I just received a $5 tip from Score. Why does it seem like Biden and Harris are purposely trying to escalate tensions and make things worse, like they're doing to destroy America's speedrun because Trump won, laughing my ass off? Guess what? We're covering that tonight. I'm not kidding. That was one of my major stories that we were going to cover tonight. So rather than jump the gun here, you know, and get ahead of myself, I think we should wait, and then we will cover it live. It is going to be one of the topics.
Oh, God, this is going to be a shit show, and I can't wait.
So let's not jump the gun, but thank you. There was no name there, right? Just an anonymous $5 tipper. Our first contribution of the night.
Anonymous, guys.
Thank you so very much. 5 on the board. 145 to go. Or
720. There we go.
If we're trying to hit the total goal, like I said, of you know, it'll be 200. What was it? 216? Because we hit 186 earlier. So we need an additional 24 to do the double. Oh, we'll just figure it out. I'm not going to sit here and start doing math now. But hey,
math
every little
are
bit
hard,
counts.
DSP.
Additional
Math
will help
hard.
and allow us to do a triple taste test tomorrow. Okay. Oh, his name was Score? Is that what it said? His name was Score? Okay, my bad. I missed his name by accident. Let me get his name on it. It was Score. Okay. Sorry,
if it was a tip, how
by the
would
way,
they
no
know
super
that it was
chats tonight. So let's get rid of this. This will make the leaderboard a lot more manageable. Just subs, gifted subs, and tips tonight here on DSPolitics. Very nice.
Round up. Can't do that. Only rounding down.
Okay. All right. Any stuff you want to chat? I was going to start around 7:15 p.m. Anything you guys want to chat about? Any last minute topics, hot things going on I should know about? Any things you want to address? Any shout outs before we get started? Let's.
Holla holla for the dollar, Sonny with the 5. Count it. 5. Count it. 5. Count it. 5. Count it. 5 gifted memberships to Max Power, Roma, Autoroxis, Barrel today. I haven't seen that name in a while. And Marco Opiak. Holla holla. Thank you. I have to make sure to post the Discord. In fact, I might just do that right meow. Before I forget. Get that Discord in the chat.
So let's get it out of the way, and then we will roll right into the show. How is Jasper? He's good. He's asleep. He is oversleeping on the dresser. On top of basically, I bought myself some new sweatpants for the season, and I've been wearing them for the past couple of weeks. And my old sweatpants that don't fit me anymore because I lost weight, I basically just put them on top of the dresser, and he snuggles in them. He loves snuggling in old clothes, so he's snuggling.
Oh shit! I highly doubt he lost that much weight.
But he's good. He was here a lot earlier today.
If DSP has lost so much weight, he had to buy new sweatpants. Dude, liver failing, kidneys failing, cancer. I mean, Seriously, DSP. You don't do anything to lose weight. If he was going to the gym or had started a diet or something, I'm like, hey guys, it's part of my weight loss journey to share with you guys. Here's my weekly weigh-in every Friday morning. But he's not doing that. He's literally eating more fast food than ever before, doing less exercise, drinking more gin. How is he losing all this weight? For him to be losing all this weight makes no sense.
Can we hit 1K views again this week? Doubtful. I do feel like that was an initial burst of interest last week because it was the first time I'd ever done a political show. I don't think we're going to be hitting 1,000 this week, just being honest. I could be wrong. These are some good topics this week. I think people are going to be interested in hearing my take on. But I think that was a one-time deal. I still think we'll get a decent audience here, but I don't think we're getting 1,000. You know, we'll see. Then again, last week I got 1,000 viewers, and Kino Casino was broadcasting. They're not even broadcasting tonight. So maybe we'll get some additional views. I don't know.
Yeah,
maybe
they weren't broadcasting because somebody's
in rehab. Talk about this stuff, okay? Okay, hold on, because it is feeling kind of stuffy in here. I want to open my window a little more. I got my fan on high. And again, last chance, I would say, if you want to get your contributions in now, please do. That way I can shout them out before we begin and I get into my topics, because I'll probably be doing shout-outs between topics tonight so I don't lose my train of thought, okay?
Trying to chew gum and talk about politics is too hard, guys. You only do one or the other.
Will I talk about what's happening with Kino and Andy? I don't know what's happening. I have no idea what's happening. You guys are coming on my streams telling me there's drama and stuff. I don't know. I have no clue. I know nothing about it.
Oh,
I didn't hear anything about it. So I don't even know what you're talking about.
Oh,
I have no idea. No, I know what the rumor is. I don't know if it's true. Like you're bringing it up like, gee, Phil, what do you have to say? I have nothing to say. I don't know if what you're saying is true or not. This is the equivalent of one of my detractors saying shit about me, and then everyone repeating it and asking everyone what they think about it when it's just a detractor who said something about me. Do you know if it's true or not? I don't. So I have nothing to say. If I knew it was true, I would say something. If I knew it was outright false, I would say something. But I don't live with the guys from Kino Casino. You know, I talk to them every once in a while.
Deny.
You know, then we do some work together. That's the extent of it. I'm not close. I'm not bros with them. I'm not close personal friends. I don't talk to them every day. I don't have insider.
See, he's not bros with them. He's not close friends with them, guys. They just kind of hang out every now and then. There's totally nothing going on between them.
Information, you're coming to the wrong place. You know. I don't even know what the rumor is. All I know is what you guys are telling me.
Mind you, he started saying felted because of them. Started doing the whole chip thing because of them. The whole reason we have a king's tax or a king streak or anything is because of Kino Casino. They brought back the king. Without Kino Casino, there is no king. But nope, I don't know anything about them guys. Who are they? I've never heard of them before in my life.
Me, so I don't pay attention. You know, again, I go through this shit literally every day with my detractors. Why people would care or give any kind of attention to theirs, I don't know. Because I tell you not to pay attention to mine. Right? If you're here and you like my content, and you know my detractors are full of shit, why would you believe someone else's detractors? Just saying. You know? Until you hear something from the horse's mouth or there's actual evidence of anything, then there's nothing. It's called bullshit.
It's hard for Worski to say anything when he's in rehab.
Right? So no, I don't know anything. I haven't heard anything. I have no info or insider info, outsider info for you. Nothing. I have nothing to say on the subject because I don't know anything, and quite frankly, it's not my business, right? I don't know what's going on. Why would you even ask me? Why, again, because I did a couple shows with them, a couple co-ops. You know, I don't know what's going on. There you go.
Barely know the guys. Never met them before in my life. Videos of us co-oping? No, guys, that must be AI and Photoshop. Never happened.
All right.
Way to throw me under the bus
yet.
already,
this
DSP.
Is just me chatting for pre-show. We're about to get started, okay? I told everyone I would start just about right now. So...
And he's
ready to go. I guess so.
Hard.
We got $1 tip and nothing else. Again, now guys, I'm just going to say this. I don't want to bring up contributions all night. I want to focus on the news.
He doesn't want to, but he will.
That we're going to talk about. So please, you know, understand, I'm not going to be bringing it up, but please support the stream tonight. Let's hit the goal. Let's keep going. Let's continue, shall we? All right. All right. Without further ado, I think it's time to start the show. Here we go.
Oh, is it gonna play the cringe? Play the cringe. Do it. Come on. He's got the cringiest intro. There it is. Oh, this is so cringe-tacular. Oh. What the fuck is that?
All right. Good evening, everyone. Hello and welcome to the show. I'm DSP and this is DSPolitics.
Oh, that was incredible. Hey, Deuce, how you doing?
November 2024, being live streamed exclusively here on Kick on my DSP Gaming Reel channel. Welcome, everyone. I hope that you're having a good evening. I hope that things are treating you well. It's been a wild week, that's for sure, both in my personal life, but also in the realm of politics. And we're going to have quite a lot of topics to talk about tonight in the 2 hours or so that we stream. So how's it going to go? Let's talk. So this week, I have 4 different major topics to discuss. The topics
but none of them including the Attorney General.
Yes, I'm not kidding. It's actually a political discussion. Froot Loops.
Yeah, he picks the weirdest topics to go over. No joke, he's going over Froot Loops as topic number 1.
Also, the war in Ukraine and how long it's gone on and new developments. Also, chaos in Seattle. I live in an outskirt of Seattle, in one of the suburbs, and chaos has been ensuing for a while, and I talk about it on my streams casually. Tonight, we're going to formally look into it and address it. And, of course, Trump derangement syndrome is also going on since Donald Trump won the 2024 presidential election, and we're going to look at a couple of cases of that are very scary and very sad. If we have time, depending on how the show goes tonight, because you never know with a political show how long you're going to talk about any particular topic in general, we have some random stories that we can like blast off at like a lightning round deal at the end of the show. And then I have a funny story to end the show. So basically, we got a lot to cover tonight, a lot of ground, you know. Hopefully, that means that we won't feel like I'm beating around the bush on any particular topic or anything like that. Now, first off, I want to say thank you very much. I just received a gifted sub from, where did it go? From Obama Phone Pro Max 5G. Thanks, Obama Phone Pro Max 5G, for the first gifted sub of the night. As I said, this show is exclusively streamed on Kick. This is not on YouTube at all. And because of that, tonight you can support the stream in 3 different ways. Subscribing to the channel yourself and becoming part of the Founders Club. We still have about 40 spots left for people who become one of the first 100 legit subs of the channel and earning a special #1 badge.
Argentina.
Or you can give some subscriptions to the channel to your fellow viewer, which I'm sure they would greatly appreciate. Or you can tip me. Tipping you can do by looking at the description of the stream or the About page here on Kick, where there's a link that goes straight to my PayPal. Either of those methods are great. They help a lot. I get a lot from them, thankfully. Actually, more than when I stream on YouTube. So, yeah, if you could contribute tonight, please do. This is still a
way to shit on YouTube, you know, the thing that's been keeping you from having to get a real job for 16 years.
We want to keep that going because tomorrow is the big reward of a big taste test. DSP tries it, okay? In fact, if we exceed the goals tonight, it actually helps for me to do an awesome double or triple special taste test. Because I told my audience earlier today that if we exceeded the goal, that I go above and beyond tomorrow. So let's get it. Let's get it going. Now, one other thing I want to say before we begin tonight. Thank you so much to those of you who became submissions tier members over on my DSP Reacts channel on YouTube and suggested topics for tonight. No exaggeration. A lot of the stories we're about to cover tonight are directly because of these people's feedback. And it helped a lot. It gave me a lot of content to work with. In fact, I had more than enough content to work with this week, and I couldn't cover it all. Like all the stories that people submitted, there was no way that I could actually cover all of those stories. Just to show you what I'm talking about over here, it is right here. So here it is, youtube.com/@DSPReacts. If you become a member of this channel at the submissions tier, you can then go to this community tab.
Yes, if you become a member on YouTube channel, you react to your video on Kick. You get nothing on YouTube. I'm a YouTuber. I like YouTube. I don't like Kick. I've tried using Kick. It's stupid. That's great. Give me money on YouTube, and I'll only do something on Kick. Good job.
Tab. And you can post up on a special
sped
post
up at 1.25 speed.
Run once a week. You can
since
respond to that post
tend to talk
post up
and
your
go
story that you want to see me review
slowly.
and talk about on the show next week. Now, next week, the timing will be a little different because next week, American Thanksgiving is on Thursday, and I'm not going to stream that night. So next week, my politics show will be on Friday night, November 29th, Friday Night Politics here on Kick. Okay, everyone, just wanted to make you aware. Also, one other thing, this is what I talked about that I was going to do last week. As you can see, down here, we have DSPolitics highlights on the DSP Reacts channel. Basically, right after my show ended last week, I got to work clipping it up and making a whole bunch of highlights for all of you. And they did well. If you take a look at all these videos, this is anywhere.
Yes, American Thanksgiving. When we remember the time the Pilgrims showed up and gave everyone smallpox. Womp womp.
3 to almost 7 times the amount of views.
If he's going to be doing it on Friday nights, what about poor Jack's Razor? He always shows up to give money for Street Fighter. I guess he doesn't get that weekly $50 tip from Jack's Razor that week. Womp womp.
That I would receive on a video on this channel from the previous work I used to do. I used to do a weekly Clips React show. This show is doing way better right now. Seriously. So thank you to anyone who came to the channel, became a submissions tier member, submitted topics, and watched and commented or interacted in any way with these clips. This will continue. Every week I will make many clips out of this show. Also, people did a poll. How often would you like to see the clips? 1 a day or maybe clustered like 2 or 3 a day? And people actually said 2 or 3 a day. So I'm okay with making them and spacing them out. I'll probably try to do like 2 a day. So maybe I'll do 1 tonight, and then I'll do 1 tomorrow.
You mean your editors?
You know, I'll try to space them out. In
general, it has nothing to do with the clips. It's all the editors.
Clips, all right? But I just wanted to show you, this is how it works. This is how we're doing it. Thank you, everyone, for your support live on the stream. Thanks to those who became a member. So far, the show is doing absolutely swimmingly and has great forward momentum. I'm very happy with this new effort, okay?
But you don't put in any effort.
That's all we got for now. No shout-outs to do. FYI, if and when you contribute tonight. I'm looking to shout those out between the major stories. Like I said, I have 4 major stories. I don't want to get too sidetracked from talking about each major story. So if you could bear with me while I talk about each major story, I would appreciate that. And then between the stories as they end, then I'll take the time to do big.
What he's going to be doing is sitting on the contributions. Like, oh no, he only has $12. I better give something. Oh no, he only has $12. I better give something. 10 people do that, and all of a sudden, all right, guys, now that news story is over, wow, I got a lot of contributions. Wow, guys, I exceeded the goal by $30. Oh shit, if I had known he was going to exceed the goal by $30, I wouldn't have contributed. But I didn't know he exceeded the goal because he sat on all the contributions for, past hour. Market death, really? Is he still talking about money? Of course. What else would he be talking about? Video games? Politics? His life? Ha!
Shout outs and interact with you because this is an interactive show. I want people to comment on the stories and I want to get your feedback on it as well. All right? Awesome. Man, this is just so much more refreshing when I'm drinking it from the official Level 1 podcast mug, which is available on darksidefilled.shop. Available right now.
It's not coffee, it's gin. It's clear liquid, it's gin. And it's not carbonated either. It's gin. All right,
so, ladies and gents, let us get into it. You ready? It is time for DSPolitics and our first story of the night. All right. So you might say, what's our first story of the night? Froot Loops. I'm not kidding. Our first story of the night is Froot Loops.
Now, again, Matt Gaetz pulled his nomination for Attorney General on the same day. Doesn't get a single fucking mention. He's got to talk about food. Gee, DSP, why are you more worried about food than, I don't know, the president's supposed to be the Attorney General pulling his nomination because he may have gotten a little too friendly with some minors.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is RFK Jr. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. RFK Jr. for short. He very soon will be a major political figure in the United States. He has been or is going to be appointed the health secretary of the United States when Donald Trump becomes president next year and is sworn in.
He's only been nominated. He's not been voted on yet. And with the way some of the other nominations are going, I say, what was it? The one he wanted for Secretary of Defense? Apparently he's in trouble because he got it's not good. So far I think he's only had 1 nomination, not be in trouble for doing something illegal. We'll keep it at that. It's like 330 million Americans. And so far, you had Matt Gaetz, minor issue. The guy from Fox News who apparently has lady issues. Then you had what's her face, Tulsi Gabbard or whatever, that couldn't pass a background check because apparently she's very, very friendly with Russia. And it's like, holy shit. There's literally 330 million people in America. You really can't find any that aren't just, what the fuck? Then what's her name? MTG, Marjorie Taylor Greene, I think, came out and was crying that if you ban pedophiles from office, the Democrats have a supermajority. Like, why would you say that? Like, with all the 2, 3, 4-star generals out there, you're gonna tell me there's no 4-star generals out there that you can nominate and be a shoo-in to get all 100 people voting for him? There's no, I don't know, or even not even, doesn't have to be a general. It could be just a lieutenant or a sergeant. You can imagine you get a drill sergeant that's been in the military since the first Desert Storm. Like, hey, you're gonna be the first drill sergeant to get nominated for this. I need you to yell at the idiots when they try to argue. You can be out there and yelling at them, call them idiots, blah, blah, blah. That'd be great. You're gonna tell me there's not a single drill sergeant, a single 4-star general, a single Air Force pilot that you can nominate? Like, holy shit. 330 million people, and so far, every single person who's nominated has had issues. Like, come on. This is your first job as president, is to pick your staff. And so far, everyone you've picked has had issues. Like, come on. You would think Secretary of Defense would be the easiest pick. Like, hey, who's here who's retired? You? Alright, you're it. Or you pick decorated Air Force pilot that's retired, or, again, a drill sergeant. You want to have someone that's like, all right, I'm going to have someone that's going to be able to go out there and yell and scream their lungs out to get people to listen to them and be able to think. Also, another good thing with drill sergeants, they usually know how to think on their feet quickly. They are very much known for being able to come up with a rebuttal very quickly. You're going to tell me you wouldn't want a drill sergeant that's going to be like, all right, this person from CNN or MSNBC or Fox or whatever asks a stupid fucking question. You know what? I want a drill sergeant to respond. What did you ask me, maggot? But you can't go. What was that, maggot? Speak up, I can't hear you. Secretary of Defense should be the easiest position to pick. Apparently, pick someone that can't pass a background check. Apparently, all of them couldn't so far pass a background check. Come on, this should be the easiest part. And for health, why are you find one of your donators from like Gerber's Food Baby Factory or whatever. Be like, hey, you'll be good for my image with people that have children. Like, hey, I picked this person that's the former CEO of Gerber's Baby Food. Like, why are you having so many issues with this? Like, a lot of people shitted on Bush, but you know what? He had amazing picks for his cabinet. I mean, come on, Colin Powell was an amazing pick. Colin Powell may have been one of the best picks ever out of any administration. So yeah, you might be able to shit on George W. Bush all you want. But he made amazing picks for his cabinet. So far, the administration about to be coming in, they've had nothing but issues, which is insane.
So, already there's controversy, chaos, and problems because he was interviewed with NBC News on November 6th. And during this interview, he said the following quote: "Why do we have Froot Loops in this country that have 18 or 19 ingredients, and you can go to Canada and it's not 2 or 3? And as you can see directly in this article from Newsweek, this was directly after criticizing food regulation agencies such as the U.S. Food and Drug Administration for not protecting our kids from harmful ingredients in ultra-processed foods." Okay? So,
but you see right there, Canadian versions of the kernel cereal does not contain 2 or 3 ingredients. It contains a lot of ingredients. Oh yeah, Lord DSPolitics, we were watching this train wreck. And so far, of all the nominations for cabinet that Trump's made, for some reason, DSP has decided to harp on Froot Loops. Protect. Well, I mean, it's DSP. All you need is a woman there, and he won't be able to do anything. Guys, I tried to enter a room, but there's a woman there. I can't enter a room with a woman in it. I'm married.
Robert F. Kennedy is basically saying many different things recently. Some of the things he's been saying is we have some practices in the United States that don't make sense, like putting fluoride in our drinking water, among other things. Now, I'm not a scientist, and I'm not here to sit here and comment on each individual claim that's been said. I don't know, all right? But in regards to this story, it's been covered by quite a few different news outlets. But the weird thing about the story is that depending on which outlet you watch, the story is covered absolutely, completely differently. Okay? So let's go ahead.
Yes, of course, it's harping about food.
Continue with the Newsweek coverage, and then I'm going to show you a completely different way the story was covered, and then we're going to decide what is the truth of the matter. All right? So just from a cursory glance, what it sounds to me like is
why not just Google it?
Or RFK Jr. I call him RFK Jr. Here they just say RFK. Is saying that it sounds like in the United States we tend to have food that isn't regulated well enough. That our food has all these chemicals and ingredients in them that likely aren't good for you. But then in other countries, the exact same food doesn't have those ingredients. Why is the U.S. Food and Drug Administration so lax?
Froot Loops in Canada have around 17 ingredients, which is similar to the number of ingredients in American Froot Loops. The main difference between the two is the dyes. That's it. They have the same ingredients, just different type of dyes. DSP, 5 seconds. That's all it took. 5 seconds for me to jump on the Google machine and look it up. All I had to do was type in how many ingredients does Canadian Froot Loops have, and bam, the exact same amount as American, just different food dyes. Dead bears. Also, fluoride is a good thing. And fluoride can be a poison. So can oxygen. Oxygen is literally a poison. If you breathe too much of it, you go blind, then you die. Water is a poison. I'm not talking about drowning. Literally, if you drink too much water, you get water poisoning, and then you die. If you're lucky, you'll get diarrhea and shit the water out of you before it gets to the point where you die. Anything in too much of a quantity is a poison. In fact, speaking of fluoride in water, the fluoride in water is so low that if you tried to overdose on the fluoride in the water, you would die from H2O poisoning before you died from fluoride poisoning. Oh, not only that, Lord DSPolitics, alright, in case you're not reading chat, the main reason US uses high fructose corn syrup is because it's a lot cheaper than cane sugar, supposedly healthier, and corn farmers receive a huge tax break. There you go. Not just that they receive a huge tax break, it's also that they make a lot of money. There is a lot of farmland dedicated to growing corn that is used for corn syrup. It's not all just cream of corn or corn on the cob or a side dish of corn for your Thanksgiving meal. The majority of it is corn fructose syrup. So when RFK says he's going to get rid of all these darn ingredients in your food, he's telling every single farmer in Iowa, Nebraska, Ohio, Indiana, Southern Illinois that he's going to get rid of corn. Tell me, how well do you think it's going to go over in the middle of America when RFK tells the farmers that he's getting rid of them? Well, they can switch to something else. What crops are going to grow that well in Indiana, in Nebraska, in Iowa? Soybeans. He wants to get rid of seed oils. Wants to get rid of soybean oil. So you can't grow soybeans and you can't grow corn, according to RFK. So again, you go ahead, you tell Iowa, Nebraska, Indiana, you tell all these states that rely on corn and soybeans that they can't grow corn or soybeans. Yeah, you do that and then tell me how it works out for you, buddy. If they don't, immediately riot. What would they do in Europe? The farmers show up in their tractors and will like dump fertilizer and all that. Yeah, if you follow like European politics, the farmers when they protest, they don't just show up in their overalls or whatever. No, they show up in their tractors and all that, load it up with fertilizer and dump it in front of the Capitol buildings. Like they know how to protest. So now you go ahead and tell all these farmers, which mind you, every single farmer in America, oh, they're all heavy gun owners. You're not going to find a single farmer in America that does not have a bunch of guns. So now you go ahead and tell them you are going to take away corn and soybeans from them. And see how well that goes for you.
On actually looking at the situation and saying, hey, let's stop this. Let's make it so that they can't use these ingredients here if they're not using them elsewhere. Okay? Sounds like he has the best interest of the citizens at hand. However, if you take a look at the rest of the Newsweek article, you may actually start to wonder about that. Here we go. The claim that U.S. Froot Loops contain 18 or 19 ingredients is false. Also is the claim that the Canadian version only has 2 or 3. In fact, both versions of Froot Loops contain 27 ingredients, including ingredients that would put the cereal firmly in the category of ultra-processed, linked to obesity.
Yes, actual natural fat is generally healthier than the seed oil fat that they use. But, once again, as Lee stated, follow the money. You can only have so much natural fat. Because to make it, you need it from animals. Guess what costs more? To raise a single cow or steer, whatever, to get the fat for a single McDonald's store to make large fries for an hour? Or acres upon acres upon acres of soybeans? Like, yes, the fat, tallow, whatever you want to call it, is healthier as far as studies show, but it costs a lot more money to make it, distribute it, and use it. Now, actually, cows might be something that you could, all right, well, we're not allowed to grow corn or soybeans anymore because of RFK. I guess we'll grow cows and steers. There's a lot of equipment. Oh, another thing. Have fun telling John Deere that farmers can't buy, combines and tractors and seeders and all that because there's just no more corn or soybeans to be grown in America. How well do you think that's going to go over with John Deere? It's not. And John Deere does have, we'll say, a negative notion to them lately. One of the issues is that if you buy a John Deere tractor and something breaks on it, you are not allowed to fix it. You are not allowed to fix your own John Deere tractor that you bought. You have to pay them to fix it. And when they fix it, guess what? It costs a lot more than if you fixed it. Which is why they have the whole policy of you're not allowed to fix your own tractor. You gotta come through us. But in the past, John Deere was actually really, really good. During the Great Depression, when farmers couldn't make their payments on their equipment, you know what John Deere did? Nothing. While other companies were repossessing farmers' equipment and all that, you know what John Deere did? Again, nothing. You know why? If the farmers can't grow anything, we'll never get paid back. So they let the farmers keep the tractors and stuff. The farmers got to keep their equipment so they could continue to grow food, so they could eventually make money. And eventually pay John Deere back. So, John Deere used to be a pretty reputable company. Lately, though, not so much. Womp womp. But yeah, you do not want to piss off the farmers. And it's like, well, there's not that many farmers in America. You're right. There's not that many. But tell me, what profession in America has a better view of it than farmer? Doctors? Plenty of people hate doctors than anyone else in the medical field. people hate doctors and people in the medical field in America, anyways. Teachers, plenty of people in America hate teachers, wrongfully so, but they do hate them. What other profession than farmer is viewed so well? So if you're Joe Blow, common denominator viewer, voter, whatever, you're flipping through the channels, and all of a sudden, 6 different news channels are covering the fact that the farmers are showing up in Washington, D.C. with their tractors and they're dumping fertilizer in the front of the White House. How does that look to them? How is that going to look to any voter in America to see that? It's going to look very, very bad.
Diabetes, and other metabolic diseases. Miss Lisa Moskovitz, a registered dietitian and founder of the New York Nutrition Group, told Newsweek, "I believe people consuming Froot Loops or their family are generally aware it's not the most nutritious choice, no matter what it's recommended to consume in moderation, and is not an everyday breakfast staple." Okay, ladies and gentlemen, officially I am here to tell you the opinion of Lisa Moskovitz, we're going to flag it here, okay, is completely invalid to the fucking point. What RFK Jr. is saying is that we have the same foods as other countries, and it seems like we have a million chemicals and ingredients in them. Why? And can we fix that? She says, oh, well, Froot Loops isn't healthy for you anyway. That's not the point.
It's not.
No one was saying that it was healthy. No one's saying that Froot Loops is a crazy good food. So why are you even bringing that up? That's like saying if RFK Jr. said, oh, we found a candy bar that has poison in it, take the poison out. And then Lisa Moskovitz says, well, candy's not good for you anyway. So what, stupid? What a dumb thing to say. Seriously. Exactly. So if it's junk food or it's not good for you, it's okay to have like poisons in it. That's fine. Wow, what a great opinion, huh? Okay, now. However, the ingredient...
But again, I've already Googled it. Froot Loops in Canada have 17 ingredients, similar to ingredients in American Froot Loops. Main difference is the dyes. That's it. Do you think DSP is going to point that out? Do you think DSP is going to care? No. Because all he's doing is skimming through headlines and then going, guys, I support whatever they want. I don't care what the people want. I support what they want. Yes, Letro. Shout out to Letro. Go check out his channel.
Into the two versions do differ. For instance, the food flavorings and colorings used by U.S. Froot Loops are red 40, yellow 5, blue 1, and yellow 6. In Canada, Froot Loops are flavored with concentrated carrot juice, annatto turmeric, concentrated watermelon juice, concentrated blueberry juice, concentrated huito juice, I don't even know what that is, and stevia leaf extract. So what does that mean?
In fact, there's a link to his channel.
Canadian versions of food are using natural ingredients that we already consume as parts of other recipes that won't make you sick. So why are we using chemicals in the U.S. instead of these things that the other countries are using?
A, they're not poisons. It's a chemical. Water's a chemical, jackass. Second, it's cheaper. Guess what they're worried about in America? Making as much money as possible. They could use the exact same ingredients as they do in Canada, but they want to make more money. GDSP, isn't that what you're worried about, is making more money? In fact, right now, weren't you just begging earlier? Guys, I want to make more money so I can order more fast food. How are you going to sit there and bitch about they're putting poisons in the Froot Loops when you literally just begged your entire audience on both Kick... Actually, no. I want to be on Kick and YouTube. This is Kick only. Holy shit. So, you begged your, 694 viewers on Kick right now to give you more money to buy more fast food. And then you're going to say that, guys, yellow dye is poison.
I'm sorry, but just reading the Newsweek article seems to be proving RFK Jr.'s point. Moskovitz says
shit, I got a phone
comparing US
call.
Froot Loops to other countries...
There we go. As my brother wanted to know if I wanted to go to the walleye games, like, what time is to start? well, we got to get there at 7:30, but it doesn't start till 8. It's like, man, I got work at 6 o'clock in the morning. If I didn't have to work at 6 o'clock in the morning, yeah, I'd be going to the game, but I got work 6 o'clock in the morning. I can't be in Toledo until, past 10 o'clock and then drive home. Not go home until probably 11, to bed by midnight. Not going to happen. Yeah, and reason we have a lot of preservatives, we're a very large country. So if it's, let's say the Froot Loops is made in Kansas, you need to get it to Portland, Maine. Guess what? It's going to take a while. Gotta work the night shift this weekend? Oof.
He's like, Canada, it's clear the U.S. falls short on protecting our consumers. Not, yeah, exactly. Exactly. So you're confirming what he said, okay? Research shows additives like Red 40 are safe in small quantities, but in larger quantities, it can be linked to various health conditions, from behavioral problems to inflammatory gastrointestinal issues. I remember when I was a kid, okay? Kids in school always said, oh, you got to be careful. Don't eat stuff that has yellow 5. And this was elementary school. And I'm like, why? Why wouldn't I want yellow 5? And people would be like, because I'm not even kidding you. This is what classmates said. They said, oh, because when you grow up, it's going to make your penis small and you're going to be impotent.
Is that your excuse, DSP?
Oh. Okay, well, thanks for telling me. By the way, how old am I? And you're telling me this? So now kids are like scrambling in class at like their lunches. They're looking at the ingredients on the bags. Is there yellow 5 in this? Is there yellow 5? I'm not kidding that this happened when I was a kid in elementary school. It actually happened. Okay? So, let's continue. Dr. Frederica Amati, head nutritionist at nutrition science company Zoe, told Newsweek Froot Loops are not healthy. Whichever way you look at them, they are high in sugar, highly... Okay, I don't care. Hello, Dr. Frederica Amati. Your opinion doesn't matter. That's not the topic we're talking about. We're talking about chemicals in the food. No one asked you if Froot Loops are healthy. This opinion is invalid to the fucking talk we're having here. Eating them less frequently is the... Okay, ignore stupidity. Let's continue. Red 40, otherwise known as Allura Red or E129, has been linked by some scientific studies to allergies, migraines, and certain mental disorders, such as attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD, in children. Oh, so let's be sure to give our kids extra Red 40 so they could have ADHD and start bouncing off the fucking walls, right? Yellow 5, it's on here. Are you kidding me? I swear I didn't read the whole article ahead of time. Yellow 5, otherwise known as tartrazine or E102, has been linked to hyperactivity and ADHD in children. Oh God, so you're giving them 2 different ADHD colors, and has been associated with a high risk of certain cancers. So it has nothing to do with a small penis. All right, at least I'm relieved. And oh, is that...
I'm trying to Google where it's actually made, and I can't find out where it's actually made, like what state it's made in. But yeah, America's pretty big. Then again, Canada is the second largest country in the world, but like 90% of the population is like south of what is it? There's something weird where it's like this city in Ohio, like the population of Canada is like 90% of it is lower than that city in Ohio and city in America. Can't remember what it was though. But it's like, well, I mean, it makes sense because if you go too far north, it's frozen wasteland. But yeah, the majority, like, no, again, like 90% is concentrated at a certain place, so I guess you don't have to travel too far if, 90% of your people live in one area.
That, and here's the whole list of ingredients compared to Canadian Froot Loops, right? So that's the article. Now, here's the funny part. I just read the whole thing, right? If you actually read this article, I highlighted the parts that are important versus the parts that are bullshit. So out of the Newsweek article, the entire first part was bullshit. Then there was one thing that actually confirmed RFK Jr.'s concerns, and then there was more bullshit, and that's the end of the article. But that's Newsweek, okay? So a lot of places have covered this, and in particular in this one, what people did is they did like an amalgamation of people tweeting about it, although I don't know, I guess it's not tweeting anymore, it's Xing. People who were Xing about this on X.com, and some people are like,
like the majority of the Canadian population lives south of Seattle. That's because all concentrated around the Great Lakes. It's like something crazy like that. The majority of Canadians, approximately 90%, live within 200 kilometers of the U.S. border. That is crazy.
People are saying that RFK Jr. was in the wrong, but then others are like, wait, what? Well, we actually read the article, right? So New York Times is saying Robert Kennedy Jr. is wrong about Froot Loops having too many artificial ingredients, but then goes on to explain that artificial colorings and preservatives are in the U.S. version instead of the Canadian. right? So there you go. I mean, other people have the same outcome of what I saw when I read the article.
So they're
citing a New York Times article. I cited a Newsweek article, and all the articles seem to make it seem like RFK Jr. was stupid or something. But okay, all right, let's be honest. The Republicans, particularly those who like Donald Trump or are in his
let's be honest, he had a brain worm in it and starved to death. Not a joke.
Grouping. They love hyperbole. Okay? They love it. They love to over-exaggerate a lot. They feel that it gets their point across. Last week, Donald Trump said, oh, I got Roe v. Wade repealed. No, you didn't. You did not do that. The Supreme Court did. Okay, you might have had a hand in it, but they're the ones.
The Supreme Court, he nominated. Jackass. Holy shit, could you imagine he's on a jury for like a hitman trial? Guys, I don't get it. Why is the mob boss who ordered the hitman to kill someone in trouble? He didn't kill anyone. Holy shit, if he was on Charles Manson's jury, Charles Manson would be a free man right now. Holy fuck, if DSP had been on Charles Manson's jury, Charles Manson would be a free man right now because, I don't get it, guys. Charles Manson was back at the ranch when Sharon Tate was brutally murdered. Why is he in trouble? Okay, so he ordered it, but he didn't actually do it, guys. Could you imagine if he was at Nuremberg and Hitler hadn't been suicided? I don't get it, guys. Why are we trying Hitler for all these deaths? Hitler didn't kill anyone. He was too busy banging and marrying his cousin in Berlin. He never killed a single person in his life. Oh yeah, when you do what was it? The Mountain Dew was doing the original cane sugar. The cane sugar Mountain Dew was way better. And then they stopped doing it because it cost more. Womp womp. Could you imagine DSP being on Charles Manson's jury and saying, well, Charles Manson didn't actually kill anyone, so he's free to go, guys. DSP, if I order someone to do something and then they do it, I am just as responsible. Gotta fuck, how's it going? I'm surprised they're allowed to get away with that name on YouTube.
Who did it, but he takes credit for it, right? RFK Jr. says, oh, well, our Froot Loops has like 27, 28 ingredients, and the Canadians have like 3. That's ridiculous. No, it's not true. It's completely false. That's the bullshit that people should be calling out. But just because he used hyperbole doesn't mean that the core argument he's...
Just because he lied. Gee, DSP, why would you not care about someone lying? Oh, right. Yes, it's a lie, but it's still an answer. That's a direct quote. Yes, it's a lie, but it is an answer.
Making is false. You understand? He exaggerates to get hype, to get bluster going.
That's terrible.
What he's talking about actually has merit. He's saying, why are we using these chemicals to basically color our foods?
Cheaper.
We could be using natural things that everyone eats that are actually not bad for you at all. Carrot juice, which is healthy. Why not turmeric, a spice that's very common in many different kinds of cuisine? Why don't we use that instead of yellow 5, which shrinks your pee-pee? Okay, we already said it doesn't, all right? But you understand what I'm saying. I just use some hyperbole there, and that's the kind of thing that they do. But I said this last week. I feel like this is what happens with Donald Trump. He overtalks so much with his hyperbole that then people kind of write him off and don't give him credit for the things that he says that are valid because he's exaggerating too much. I wish that he would kind of maybe check it a little bit. But the thing is, I actually feel that those who support Donald Trump like the hyperbole. They like the exaggeration. They find it fun. They find it energetic. They find it different from what other politicians do. And that's why they like the guy and keep voting for him. So,
mind you, DSP isn't registered to vote. He does not vote because he cannot vote.
It's just funny because here we go again. Donald Trump is not even in office yet. He hasn't been sworn in yet. And immediately we have all the mainstream leftist, very, very progressive media coming out and doing articles to try to smear every single person involved with him. When in reality, okay, I get it. I wish they would calm down and be more logical with the way that they say things, but it doesn't mean that everything they say is false. RFK Jr. in this point actually has a point. There are chemicals in the food that shouldn't be in there. We could have other things in there.
Are those chemicals turning the frogs gay?
There's no reason to. Why does the U.S. Food and Drug Administration allow all these chemicals in our foods when other countries don't and they have healthier alternatives, right? You tell me, and that's what I mean. So I don't get it. So anyway, don't always believe everything you're hearing in the media. Don't believe the hyperbole. A lot of it is a bunch of bullshit from the Republican Party, but at the same time, just because they use the hyperbole doesn't mean everything they say is wrong. The media will tell you that. They will say everything Trump says, everything RFK Jr. says, everything the cabinet says is wrong. That's not true. That's exactly the kind of hyperbole that the left likes to use to discredit their opponents, and they do it all the time. Be careful about that. You can't really trust the mainstream media because they're always spinning it in one of these angles. Okay, So that's our first story for the night. That was a nice quick intro story.
Making the freaking sky gay, guys.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, thanks so far. We got our first tip, or our second tip of the night. A $1.20 tip.
I say, why is he wearing that shirt? And that doesn't. My opinion, as a streamer, you shouldn't be wearing a shirt that matches your chair. Like that shirt matches the chair too much. Kind of just blends into the chair a little bit too much for me. I want to stand out from it.
So here's someone. RFK is a documented anti-vax conspiracy theorist. A lot of what he has said has been disproven by doctors and scientists. Yeah, I'm not sure what that has to do with the topic of what we just talked about. I don't. I get it. People don't like the guy.
Guys, the person said that crossing the street without looking both ways is bad. I don't care that he's got a bunch of dead hookers in his trunk. What he said is true. You should look both ways before you cross the street. It doesn't matter how many dead hookers he has in his trunk, guys. You don't know how maybe he found them on the side of the road and decided to collect them. So they want to just rot on the side of the road, guys. You don't know. Yeah, DSP, we get it.
Die for various different reasons.
Came with a mini comic that is awesome, DSParody.
What he said was actually correct. He just exaggerated, and then people gave him shit for it, but his point was right. It doesn't matter that you don't think that he was right on vaccines. He was actually right on that topic. It was proven. Even the people who don't like him said as much in their articles. You understand? This is what I don't like about America and the way that, again, either you're with me or against me. Either you completely agree or you completely disagree. No. You can call a fact a fact. You can call a fib a fib. In this case, that's where there's a little bit of hyperbole and fibbing in there, but there's a fact behind it, and that's what counts. I just don't understand how then you...
Doesn't matter how much you lied, how much you fibbed. Really, DSP? Talking from personal experience? Yeah, we know, DSP. We know.
Just discredit anything the man ever says, right? Okay. All right, so let's continue. All right, about how do we... I'm just curious. I didn't look yet. Holy shit, we have 700 and plus viewers tonight. Thank you guys for the viewers once again. I don't know why you guys are showing up, but I'm glad that you guys are enjoying the show. I really appreciate you being here for DSPolitics once a week, episode 2. You know, it's going to be a good one. And again, next week it's going to be on Friday night. All right, let's keep it rolling. Let's get more viewers. Let's get the support going, everyone. As you know, this is a normal stream for me. We want the streak to continue. Let's get some subs. I see many people in the chat who don't have subs, so let's get some of those. Let's get some gifted subs for the channel, and let's get some tips in and keep that momentum going. Okay, ready? Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our second topic of the night.
Guys, so stupid. You don't know how you did it? Did you smack it hard enough, maybe?
So, our next topic involves a situation that has been going on for now over 1,000 days. The war in Ukraine. Now, I'm not here to talk about the war particularly and ins and outs. And do you like Zelensky? Do you hate Zelensky? Do you trust the guy? Do you think he's a sham, scam artist, charlatan? Everyone seems to have a different opinion on this subject. And for me to jump in this late in the game would be kind of weird. You know, I'm sure everyone's formulated their opinions at this point, correct? But there's been some major developments regarding the Ukraine in the last week. Particularly, things seem to be advancing so fast right now at an accelerated rate that, no exaggeration, as I was pulling an article to talk about on the show, another thing happened, and therefore I just got the second article instead because this one kind of summarized both together. And then as I was adding this and getting the show ready, something else happened regards this situation. I was like, dude, isn't it weird? I got to say this. Donald Trump has won both the popular vote and he won the Electoral College. Big sweeping win.
He finished under 50%. He did not win the popular vote. He finished under 50%. In fact, let's look at the electoral map. God, why does California take so fucking long? California is now at 98%. It's been over 2 weeks now and they're still counting. California, why do you take so long? Yes, Donald Trump is currently at 49.7% of the vote. So between Kamala, Green, Libertarian, whatever, he finished under 50%. And California is still counting because they take for fucking ever.
And even though everyone claimed it was going to be close, it really wasn't, all right? The American people have spoken. They want to change. So why does it seem like now, all of a sudden, with Biden on his way out, with Kamala on her way out, that all of a sudden now there's an accelerated pace of stuff going on? Stuff
Terrible like DSParody.
Is that a little weird? It's like, well, I'm on the way out. and I know that my time is done. We screwed up. We're destroyed in this election. Now it's time for us to try to crunch a whole bunch of crap out right away before we're on the way out, and then we can't do anything because we have no power. Because not only did they lose the presidency, they lost the House of Representatives, and they lost the Senate. They lost it all. They're going to have no power for the next 4 years. I think they're really, really upset about this and scared. So they are literally trying to do as much as possible in the short few months that they have until Donald Trump is sworn in. So here's what's happened. It's so crazy, all this stuff that just happened in the last week with the Ukraine. Okay, I say the Ukraine, everyone yells at me. Okay, with Ukraine. I call it the Ukraine because I feel like it. All right, I think it sounds good, rolls off the tongue, the Ukraine, instead of just Ukraine. But I guess it's offensive to say the Ukraine, so too bad. Okay, so first off, the first thing that happened is that President Biden just gave permission for Ukraine to start using these missiles. Now, I don't know how long they had them. I don't know if Biden said you can't use them yet. I don't get it. But just a few days ago, it was literally a few days ago, he said, hey, we're going to shift our American policy. You can use these missiles now against Russia. And so Ukraine said, well, thanks for the offer, but we're going to pass. No, they didn't say that. They said, sure, thanks, stupid. Let's use them. And they immediately fucking launched them into Russia. So.
Good.
Ukraine's military used American-made ballistic missiles on Tuesday to strike into Russia for the first time. President Biden had just given permission to do so. The pre-dawn attack struck an ammunition depot in the Bryansk region of the southwestern Russia, Ukrainian officials said. Russia's Ministry of Defense says that Kyiv used 6 ballistic missiles. Is that Kyiv? I think that's how you pronounce it. Known as ATACMs for Army Tactical Missile System. A senior American official and senior Ukrainian official who spoke on the condition of anonymity.
Cora, how's it going?
Confirmed that ATACMs were used. The strike represented a demonstration of force for Ukraine as it tries to show Western allies that providing more powerful and sophisticated weapons will pay off by degrading Russia's combat capabilities and relieving pressure on Kyiv's overstretched forces. The attack came on the same day President Vladimir Putin lowered Russia's threshold for use of nuclear weapons, a long-planned move whose timing appeared aimed at showing the Kremlin could responsibility aggressively to Ukraine using American missiles to strike the Russian territory. The Kremlin has throughout the war used the threat of deploying its nuclear arsenal to try to deter the West from providing more robust military support to Ukraine. On Tuesday, Russia's foreign minister...
Yeah, mind you, he makes fun of RTU for doing the same thing. Just sitting there on stream reading other people's work.
Sergei Lavrov called Ukraine's use of the ATACMs in the Bryansk region a signal that they want escalation, a reference to the U.S. and Western allies. Ukrainian officials and military analysts who have long cautioned no single weapon will change the course of the war note the impact of the shift in White House policy will depend on the quantities of missiles being supplied. But the one thing I want to say is this paragraph right here. The very last paragraph. The authorization came just 2 months before the return to office of President-elect Donald J. Trump, which said he will seek a quick end to the war in Ukraine. If you're not aware, Donald Trump says he's had enough. Why is this war going on for 3 years? Why does the U.S. keep injecting their nose?
Yeah, I saw that.
Ukraine and Russia? He doesn't get it.
That they were covering that.
Opinion, we shouldn't be involved.
I don't know how to even describe that subject.
In the same exact belief
using
system.
a Best Buy receipt to measure
and war with these other countries. Now listen, we don't have good terms with Russia. We know that. Russia has a completely different political and life philosophy. They're not in agreement with our democratic ways, okay? But why do we have to get involved in this war? So, that's what's going on. Now, something else happened immediately following this. Okay? You ready for this? Biden administration moves to forgive $4.7 billion of loans to the Ukraine. Now, this, folks, is where I start to get.
Now, remember, he doesn't vote, he's not registered to vote, and DSP does not pay taxes.
Angry. So let's go ahead and read. This was from yesterday, by the way. This is a fresh article, just happened. The Biden administration has moved to forgive about $4.7 billion in U.S. loans to Ukraine, the State Department spokesperson Matthew Miller said on Wednesday, as outgoing officials seek to do what they can before leaving office to bolster Ukraine in its war with Russia. So basically, in order to help Ukraine, you guys don't ever have to pay us back the money that we all agreed you would pay us back. A funding bill passed by the U.S. Congress.
And also, remember, he declared bankruptcy, so he didn't have to pay his $131,000 that he told people he'd pay back. All right, hey, thank you, credit card companies, for letting me make these purchases with your cards. I promise to pay you back. And then he didn't. And then he didn't. So, DSP, are you mad that they did what you did?
In April, included over $9.4 billion of forgivable loans for economic and budgetary support to Ukraine's government, half of which the president would cancel after November 15th. The bill appropriated a total of $61 billion to help Ukraine fight the full-scale invasion of Moscow, launched in February 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, $61 billion of Americans' money was gifted to Ukraine. Ukraine doesn't have to pay any of it back whatsoever. Let's continue. By the way, Whoa Baby just gifted 5 subs here to the community. Thank you so much, Whoa Baby. Let's get that up on the leaderboard. You're now the top sub gifter of the day.
He's the only sub gifter of the day.
Up to $36 of support so far on DSPolitics. Thank you very much. Okay, let's continue with the article. We've taken the step that was outlined in the law to cancel these loans, Miller told the press briefing, adding that the step was taken in recent days. Congress could still block the move, Miller said. The Senate is due to vote later on Wednesday on a motion of disapproval of loan forgiveness for Ukraine put forward by Republican Senator Rand Paul, a frequent critic of U.S. support for Ukraine. The majority of senators from both parties support aid to Ukraine. President Joe Biden has ordered officials to rush as much aid to Ukraine as possible before he leaves office on January 20th, amid concerns President-elect Donald Trump could limit the U.S. support. And that's the story. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a...
Yeah, they fired more missiles later, and like there's videos of the missiles landing in the middle of the desert, or not desert, like the middle of dirt, not hitting anything important. It's like, if you're gonna be firing those kind of missiles, why are you to be firing them into the dirt? If we're gonna fire ICBMs in America, do we shoot them into the middle of the Mojave Desert, or do we hit a city? We better blow up the desert. Like, it makes no sense.
A couple things to say about this, all right? But notably, the one thing that I would like to say as we start my commentary on this story, all right? Ladies and gentlemen, when was the United States populace? You, if you're American watching this right now, everyone who lives here in the United States, when were we asked, would you like to send all of your tax money to Ukraine? When was that poll?
Mind you, you know what the U.S. military budget is every year? Take a guess. Just take a guess what their budget is every year. Yeah, it's just under $900 billion. Just under $900 billion. And what... Zelensky, I have received a $4.7 billion tip. Yes. Just a bad boy with the internet. Yep, you were very close. It's just under 900 billion. So I'll give you the win on that. Just a bat boy with the win. $900 billion a year. And also, what a lot of this stuff that we're sending is not, it's not like we're sending pallets of cash to Ukraine. We're sending tanks, we're sending missiles, we're sending guns. A lot of them have been mothballed since the first Desert Storm. We're taking shit that's been sitting in a warehouse, taking up space, taking up time, money, and effort of soldiers to guard them since the first Desert Storm back in the early 90s. Which is crazy, because we create all this stuff and then, oh hey, Iraq surrendered immediately. Alright, well maybe we'll face an enemy that has tanks later. Taliban don't have tanks. Iraq surrendered immediately the second time we invaded. We haven't faced an enemy with tanks in decades. Even in Vietnam, they didn't have tanks. When we showed up with tanks, it's like, well, what the fuck do we do with them? Being the military, the Marines got creative. They created the... I can't remember what it's called, but it had the missile launcher things on the outside of the tank. They had to get outside to load them. But they loaded them up with missiles that would have 10,000 fletchlets each. And each tank had 6 of them. So you had 60,000 fletchlets. It's like, oh hey, the jungle's talking. Boom! It's not talking anymore. Terrible Lure Diaz parody. Good point. Do we really need the British? Yeah, so the last time we used tanks was in Vietnam, and even then, we didn't use them against other tanks. We didn't have tank-on-tank warfare. We had tanks showing up going, those trees are talking. Fired, 10,000 fletchlets per missile. Alright, the trees aren't talking anymore. They also use them in some of the city combat, where again, the tank would show up, the Viet Cong would recognize what it is and go, fuck it, we're out, and leave the building. It's a very interesting tank. So yeah, we have all these tanks that have been sitting around and being mothballed for decades. They were sitting over Ukraine. And the best part is, it's like, well, these tanks were made to fight against the Russians. But they never actually fought the Russians because, no, Cold War remained a Cold War. It never got hot. So it's like, well, will these tanks actually do well against Russian tanks? We don't know. Well, now we do. Because we sent those tanks over to Ukraine. Ukraine used them. Ukraine destroyed them. Those Javelin missiles that, again, anti-tank weapons, they've never been used before. In testing against dummies, all right, they work pretty well. But they've never been used in actual combat until now. Guess what? Not only do they work better than expected. We have not lost a single U.S. soldier. And we have killed over 700,000 Russian commies. Over 700,000 dead Russian commies for the price of 0 American lives. This has been the greatest war in American history. America has not lost a single soldier, and the enemy has lost hundreds of thousands. American Special Ops? Special Ops killed in Russia. Ooh, U.S. Special... Oh, come on, phone. Tattoo connected a slain mercenary with an elite. He was a mercenary, not actual U.S. soldier. The fighter was among 4 killed in a cross-border raid. They belong to third countries. Says Canadian flag, a Polish prayer book, and a notepad. Notes on tactics in English. The mercenary was a former ranger of the 2nd Battalion of the U.S. Army's 75th Ranger Regiment. And a handful of National Guard units have done so since the end of Vietnam War. So it's a mercenary. Huh. I mean, if you want to make your money that way, pretty damn risky if you ask me. According to the news article, well, the news article was on October 28th. Yeah, the person had a special ops tattoo from the 2nd Regiment or 75th, whatever regiment, but he was a mercenary, so like he wasn't U.S. military. He was former U.S. military. I was like, hey, want to go kill people? We'll pay you money to go kill people. Alright. Kind of like, what was the group that Russia was using? Russia was using that one group of mercenaries from all over the world. So, still not U.S. soldiers, just former U.S. soldiers being mercenaries. So, former Special Forces, former U.S. soldiers, but now mercenaries, which... I mean, I do not have the balls to do that. Can you imagine the... like, just the guts and the audacity you have to be like, you know what? You know what would be fun? Getting paid to go and kill me some commies. Like, holy shit, I could not imagine. Especially since you're not a U.S. soldier, you don't have the backing of the U.S. military. If you get in trouble, you're fucked. Which, obviously, him and the other 4 people got fucked. With no backup. I mean, being a soldier takes balls so big you can barely walk. But being a mercenary with 0 backing, 0 help if you get in trouble. Making 300K 10 years ago running security in Afghanistan? Nice. More stream. I know they had that cable issue that apparently China was damaging. But the ship was a Chinese ship, but it just docked in Russia. And then as it was leaving Russia, it kept damaging cables totally by accident, guys. Totally an accident. And then, what is it? The Danish boarded it and confiscated the boat. I haven't heard anything since the Danish took it. They accidentally on purpose, guys. Yeah, but a lot of the stuff that we're sending to Ukraine, it's not pallets of cash being sent. They're not loading up, 50K, putting a banner on it, throwing it in a suitcase, sending it over. It's tanks and missiles and guns and shit that either they're mothballed or developed and then never actually used because we never fought an enemy to use it on. Like all that stealth equipment we have, Taliban doesn't have jets. Iraq had jets. Keyword had. They had Oh, that was a great story of pilot that fought during the first Desert Storm, talking about how they took out Iraq's anti-aircraft. They'd fly in, the anti-aircraft would detect them, fire at them, they would fire back, and then veer off so that way they wouldn't get hit, because obviously being a jet, they were mobile, while the anti-aircraft stuff wasn't. Anti-aircraft stuff just sat there and went, oh shit, they fired at us, and there's nothing we can do to get out of the way. It's like, it was just crazy to listen to this guy talking about how, like, it's like, we didn't know how to do it. There was just, they would fire at us, and it's like, okay, well, how the fuck do we get in there and take it out? And someone came up with the idea to go, you know what? Their shit doesn't move, our shit moves. Let's play chicken. Fly low, they fire at you, you see where they're firing from, fire back, then peel off. And you know what? Not only did it work, never lost a single jet. They did it dozens of times, and they never lost a jet doing that during the first Desert Storm. Aims! Like, that is just crazy, the tactics that they've used in the past of, alright, well, this enemy has this, how do we deal with it? Let's try this. Are you crazy? Yes? I guess we'll try it. Holy shit, it worked. So there's been a lot of videos being posted on Twitter from Lebanon, Syria, stuff going on. What was the other one? Like disputed territory in Jordan, I think it was. Yeah, there's a missile strike or something like in disputed territory of Jordan. Something like that, but then Jordan denied it, and then everyone else denied it. So no one knows, quote unquote, no one knows where the missiles came from that landed in Jordan. Because I'm guessing no one wants to piss off Jordan in all of this. That was a hot thing on Twitter for, I think, 2 or 3 days ago. There's so much going on in the world that if you don't have 24 hours to dedicate to it, you're going to miss something. Oh yeah, the International Criminal Court issued arrest warrants for Netanyahu, so he can't leave Israel anytime soon, if ever. But anyways, back to the topic on hand. Oh, they gave $61 billion. They're not sending a pallet of cash of $61 billion to Ukraine. They're sending mothballed tanks and mothballed armored personnel carriers and mothballed guns and mothballed jets. Which is funny. Like a jet from the first Gulf Storm is still one of the most badass jets out there. We have jets that have never been shot down. And then we made better versions of them that have also never been shot down. They know what we did? Know what we did? We made even better versions. And that is just the stuff we know about, as Independence Day likes to point out. You really think we spent $30,000 for a hammer? $35,000 for a toilet seat? how much stuff are we making? Like you had the B2, now you got the B52. The newer, smaller, lighter, more stealthy B2 bomber. And it's like, how many billions did it cost to make something like that we don't know about? B-21. Thank you, the B-21. Yeah, they got the brand new B-21s that are smaller, lighter, faster, more stealthy. And it's like, the B-2 stealth bomber looks like a swan on radar. This one looks like a canary. If it even shows up on radar at all. Yes, a new SR-72. Thank you, that'd be great. And what's the... It's not even a jet. It's technically a rocket that's controllable. Because it has so much thrust power from its jets, it can go straight up in the air. Like, it's literally a rocket with wings. It's not even a jet anymore, by classification. Like, we developed shit like that. So yeah, you know what? We got jets that, oh hey, when it first made it, it was $120 million a jet. Fuck it. Give them 10 of those. Well, oh no, America just donated $1.2 billion to Ukraine. Yeah, we gave them 10 jets that have been mothballed since the first Gulf Storm. Airwolf should totally be a thing. We should have a fleet of Airwolves. At this point, we should have Terminators. Fuck putting boots on the ground. Put down Terminators. Even better with, like, the technology we have. Like how Tesla has those robots that are actually controlled by people. Do that. We're already doing it with drones. Instead of paying someone to fly a $1.2 billion jet to fly around and take shit out of the sky and maybe make it back, you pay someone to fly a drone over for a lot less money. So why not do the same thing but have Terminators, but just controlled by people? With 8K cameras at 120 frames per second. And they're like, oh, I can't say anything. Switch to night vision. Switch to heat vision. Alright, switch to this vision of the drone flying overhead so we can see what's over that ridge before we actually get over it. Like, I'm surprised we don't have those yet. How do we not have robots controlled by people? Person sits on those 360 animal treadmills that they use for VR. Put them in a headset, have them go out there and do shit. You're gonna tell me that wouldn't be badass? And again, 0 US lives cost? What's really funny is, this, I highly doubt DSP is gonna go over it, but people are calling Ukraine Russia's Vietnam. Because we're doing to Russia what they did to us in Vietnam. If it had been just Vietnam versus America, they would have been flattened in under a year. But Vietnam had the backing of Russia. They had a lot of Russian help. They had Russian technology, Russian weapons, Russian training. And so yeah, they were able to fight back and kill a fuck ton of US soldiers for 0 dead Russians. Now we're doing the exact same back though. 0 dead American soldiers, 700,000 plus dead Russian commies. Love it. It could be a power thing, you're right, just a bat boy. For now. But again, who knows what they got cooking in Area 51. Yeah, I saw Kendrick Lamar dropped a whole new album. From out of nowhere. Like, what the fuck? Other people like, hey guys, 6 weeks from now I'll be dropping a new album. I'll be starting my concert series the week before to help promote it. Not Kendrick, just bloop. Album.
When was that census taken? I'm curious. I was wondering, you know, when I was going to be asked why my money or how my money can be used and to give it to other countries.
Your money? You don't pay taxes. You also don't vote. It's not just Democrats, it's not just Republicans, it's not just independents. The majority of people in office are voting for this. Yes, some do oppose, just like some do oppose everything. You're always going to get a few that are going to oppose it no matter what. No matter what you're proposing, someone's going to vote against it. And sometimes it'll be like, well, that's good, but it's not good enough. I'm voting against it because I think it should be 10 billion, not 4.7 billion. Or, all right, that's great and all, but what if we could have maybe touched this little thing? Because, you know, the state I represent, they have a factory that kind of makes those. So if we could get an extra $1 billion to that factory that makes those, that'd be great. So, yeah, some people that will vote against anything, because whether it's they want more added to it, they want more added to their state because their state is making that item, but they want more of those items to be made, so they want more money to go towards it. Or they want the loans forgiven, but they want fewer loans forgiven. They want more loans forgiven. They want different loans forgiven. Like, oh, they're forgiving this loan from this company, but they're not forgiving that one from that company. And I want it to reverse. Like, there's always going to be people who vote against this stuff. But you know what? The majority is voting for this. Made fan Pokemon versus just to supplement it on my channel. Oh, that sucks. Thank you, Cora. Pork's barrel spending. Very good, Lord DSPolitics. Stimulus checks. Some people voted against it because they thought it was too much. Wasn't enough. Shouldn't have been given in the first place. Or they wanted to give it to different people. They wanted to change the requirements. It's like, oh, if you make this much money, you don't get it. Well, it should be $20,000 more than that. Or it should be $10,000 less than that. But, like, same amount of money, but you can make $10,000 less than that before you qualify, or $20,000 more and still qualify. And there's always going to be people who vote against stuff. But DSP, the senators, the representatives, the White House, all the people in office right now, majority of them voted for this. And so that's when you're asked. Not that you vote, but that's when you're asked. Hi, if you vote for me in 2022 or 2024, I'm going to support Ukraine. Oh, wow, I won versus my opponent who didn't support Ukraine. Well, now that I'm in office, I'm going to vote to support Ukraine even more. He probably did, wouldn't surprise me. Sorry, Phil. We're talking about how DSP just said, guys, how come no one asked me, about my money being spent on this? When again, he doesn't vote. He doesn't pay taxes. And he was asked. He was asked in 2020, in 2022, in 2024, when people came up for election. Oh, someone died or retired or something happened to them, so they resigned and left office. So there was a special election where they got to grab two people randomly and throw them into the ballot box. All right, you got 3 weeks to get in. And then people came out and they voted. Like, in Ohio, I had a weird-ass vote in August a couple years ago. Year or two, maybe it was only a year ago. Time flies. Year or two ago, there was a vote in August. Very random day. Like, you don't do votes in August, but they had one in August. So sometimes you'll have, again, a representative dies in office, or a senator dies in office, or they resign because they had a stroke and they just can't handle it anymore. Something happens. And then there's a special election. And during that time, if someone says, hey, vote for me, I support Ukraine. No, vote for me. I think Ukraine should be turned into a communist country, just like the great country Russia. And the people came out and they voted for the person who said, fuck Russia, go Ukraine. And that's when they were elected. And that's when you, DSP, were asked about how to spend your money. Not that you vote or pay your taxes.
Because here's the thing. All right, I just want to understand something here. I work hard. I earn money. I take the money that I earned and I give a portion of it to the federal government. And the understanding is the government's going to use that money to govern. They're going to do things as public servants. We've explained this, and I explained it last week. The United States government is public service, meaning the government only exists to service the people of the country, period. Everything the government is going to do.
Some countries, true. America, yeah, we're the world superpower. We are the world superpower. The president doesn't just represent America, they represent the world. When something happens, a lot of times, even if it doesn't involve America, they'll still go to America like, hey, America, how should we deal with this? Like, Israel. Israel wants to go after Syria or Lebanon or the Gaza Strip, West Bank. they want to bomb Iran. Guess what? They don't just bomb Iran. They turn to America and say, hey, America, can we bomb Iran? And then we usually say, yeah, sure, go ahead, whatever the fuck do we care? There's a lot of countries that'll ask America first, or ask them for their opinion, or be like, hey, we have 5 options. Which options do you support? And if it lines up with our interests, we might go with that versus this option, because we need, as American allies, we want to make America happy. But that was like money that was frozen during Iran-Contra, wasn't it? Yeah, I know what you're talking about, Cora. It was the money that was frozen in bank accounts during Iran-Contra. And then, like, 30 years later, it's like, all right, hey, the 30-year limit or whatever's up, you get the money back. That was their money. Which, can you imagine? Did they collect interest on that? I wonder if they collected interest on that. Because you get the interest building up after 30 years. Like, hey, they locked up $1.2 billion in 1981. 30 years later, even at 0.5% interest a year every year, that adds up. Compound interest, that's what I'm thinking of. I wonder if they got compound interest on all that money that was locked up by Reagan for 30 years. That's a good question. I wonder how the prime minister, whatever the fuck they're called in Iran, like, told the people about that. He was like, guys, I just brought in an extra $2 billion because I'm such a great leader. Vote for me in next election. Not that you really have a choice because the other person's executed. Mullah. So yeah, so the mullah gets to go on TV in Iran like, guys, I just grabbed $2 billion from the great American Satan. Celebrate me. Yay. When all it was like, all right, hey, 30 years are up. You get your money back. I love it when countries do time bombs like that. Because that's not the only time that something like that's happened. It'll be like, hey, what was it? Oh, it was an Eastern European country where, like, when the Soviets were still in power and controlling it, whatever, had a thing like, oh, hey, 10 years from now, this is due. And then 10 years later, oh, shit, what the fuck are we going to do? We owe this much money to this country that Russia, communist Soviet Russia, whatever, took. And so, oh, yeah, 10 years from now, we'll pay it back. And, oh, shit. Hey, 8 years ago, we broke away. The Soviet Union doesn't exist anymore. We don't really owe that money, do we? $2 billion tip. Now, guys, after YouTube's fees and after the instant transfer fee, it's only going to be like $1.7 billion. Bosnia might have been it. It was something stupid where it's like, when the Soviet Union realized, oh, hey, we're fucked. Like a year from now, we're not going to exist anymore. Hey, we need to borrow a bunch of money. Don't worry, we'll pay you back 10 years from now. We're Soviet Union. We'll be around 10 years. You know us. We'll be here 10 years from now. And then, after they collapse, then, hey, 10 years ago you borrowed this much money from us. We didn't borrow that money. The Soviet Union borrowed that money. Which is a whole shit show going on. Tiny violin moment. Yeah, but there's plenty of times that countries have done that. Or again, Reagan's like, all right, well, sit down for 30 years. They can't touch it for 30 years because they pissed me off. And 30 years later, oh shit, we got to pay them their money back. I mean, it is their money, so it's not like it's coming out of our pocketbook. But the optics look very bad. They're having to give Iran a bunch of fucking money, even though it was their money that we kind of sat on for 30 years. God, I'm actually enjoying this because not only are we making fun of DSP, but I get to talk about all this shit. Like, I have way too much fucking information in my head about everything. I'm a jack of all trades, but master of none. And just knowing, like, the stupidest details and the stupidest stories of, like, it probably was Bosnia of, hey, we're Soviet Union. We need money. We'll borrow $10 billion from that, or however much money from that country. Don't worry, we'll pay you back 10 years from now. Oh no, we collapsed. How terrible. Anyways, I'm going to take the money and go. And 10 years later, the country shows up, hey, where's our money? We didn't borrow money from you. Soviet Union did. Yeah, when you were part of them. Pay up, bitches. Or again, like the anecdote about that tank that had 6 missile launchers, but since they weren't going against other tanks, they modified it to fire these 10,000 fletchets that would just destroy entire acres of jungle in front of them. To the point where, again, the Viet Cong would recognize them and go, shit, we're out. But that is all something DSP will never be able to tell you about. He doesn't watch Habitual Line Crosser. He doesn't watch Fat Electrician. He doesn't watch history documentaries on History Channel or Hulu or Netflix or YouTube. He doesn't read books about that. Like, one book I read about from the first Desert Storm, really like that one, was how they had buses and trucks ready to bring in wounded soldiers. Bring in wounded soldiers. Not a single one was used for that. Every single one was filled with POWs. As soon as America showed up, every single Iraqi soldier said, fuck this noise, I surrender. And so all those buses and trucks are going to be bringing in wounded soldiers, where instead, here's to bring in POWs. Illuminati? Yes! Or, something we only got to use once during the first Desert Storm was a bunker buster. One of the reasons Saddam Hussein felt that he could fight a war with America was because he had bunkers everywhere. And we had nothing that could take him out. Until it's like, hey, we have bunkers we can't take out. We can't take out yet. Got together, put a bunch of money into it, dropped one that destroyed a single bunker, and then that's pretty much when Iraq went, hey, we surrender because we can't hide in our bunkers anymore. America can destroy our bunkers. That's a story you're never going to hear from DSP, because DSP doesn't know about that. DSP doesn't know shit.
Is supposed to be in the best interests of the United States populace. Okay? Now,
protecting a capitalist country, the largest one in Europe, that's on the Black Sea, might be in our interest. The more allies you have, the better.
If Biden and Kamala Harris and the Democrats had come out and said, we're going to convince you, this is why helping the Ukraine is going to help our country in a big way in this war, and they actually gave a convincing argument and said, here it is, okay? Maybe I wouldn't have an issue with 4.7 billion loans being forgiven.
Oh, and as you can see in his chat, one of the other things is you have defense contractors. You have factories in America that pump out tanks and helicopters and guns for the U.S. military. Well, gee, we just emptied 6 warehouses filled with shit that we've had since the first Desert Storm. Oh, now we need to fill up those warehouses. Hey, American defense companies, make more. Here's a bunch of American taxpayer money. Build more. Gee, I was only supposed to be working 5 days a week, but they got us working Saturdays for a time and a half. And if we come in on Sundays and work an extra 4-hour shift, they'll pay us double time. Well, you know, Christmas is coming up. I might want to be working those extra hours, get those bonus checks. America.
And overall, 61 billion being given. And by the way, that's just that one bill. There have been other things that have been given to Ukraine as well. I mean, how do you think they're getting these missiles on the story before? Correct? This is how this is all happening. All right? So, I would love to hear the argument. I would love to be convinced. But here's the problem. It didn't happen. Okay? What happened was Americans 4 years ago said, man, we just really don't like Donald Trump. We're afraid of Donald Trump being president again. So we're going to vote in literally anyone else who can win. Biden's an old crotchety man. He can barely walk or see. But you know what? We need someone else than Trump. We don't trust him right now. So we told Trump's the boogeyman. We're told that Trump is evil. We need to vote in this Biden guy. Let's do it. So they did. They didn't vote in Biden and said, hey, now Biden, you have the ability to do whatever you want with our taxpayer dollars. That's not what happened. Literally, people voted because they didn't like Trump. That's the only reason they voted that way. That's what they were told to do. They were mind washed by the mainstream.
Mind washed? Mind washed? You mean brainwashed? The fuck? mind washed. Is this one of those rainy day funds stories again, DSP? Also, when you become the president, you were voted for. You ran on a platform of ideas. If you won, that means people supported those ideas. Just like when a senator, or a member of the House, or a governor for a state. This governor runs on doing this, and this governor runs on doing that, and then this governor wins, then guess what? He gets to enact his or her policies for that state as governor, as president, as a senator. I'm from Nebraska, and Nebraska says they don't want to stop growing corn and soybeans, so I'm voting against RFK Jr. being made a member of the cabinet. Because he wants to ban corn and soybeans from America. Gee, 2 senators from Nebraska do that. 2 senators from Iowa do that. 2 senators from Indiana do that. Well, gee, they add up every single Democrat. You can't get RFK Jr. in office as a member of the board or cabinet. They would be representing their states very well by saying, hey, our states kind of rely on the, corn and soybeans. Kansas shows up and says, hey, yeah, we need soybeans and corn too, so we also vote against RFK because he's going to ban corn and soybeans in America. Now, if they campaign on banning corn and soybeans in their state and the state voted for him, then they voted for RFK Jr. to ban those, all right. But guess what? The people in Iowa and Kansas and Nebraska, Indiana and all that, I highly doubt they voted for those senators that show up and vote for banning soybeans and corn in America.
Mainstream media, Trump's evil. Trump's the devil. Trump's going to be like Hitler. Trump's going to be this big dictator, this big fascist guy if you get him in again. Therefore, vote for anyone else. So they voted for Biden. And then what's happened is in the last 4 years, the government took all of our taxes and sent it overseas. What the fuck's going on? Meanwhile,
$900 billion just for the American military. $61 billion is nothing. We spend more money on researching and giving cocaine to rats. Which, oh my god, they spent money on giving cocaine to rats. Yes, to test what happens with the birth defects. What kind of birth defects? How do we treat those birth defects? Because guess what? You can't really test on humans. And you know what? Sadly, many Americans and others, even when pregnant, will do cocaine. And so then their babies have birth defects. And so the only way to test humanely is by not using humans. So they use rats. And they give the rats cocaine. And then they see what kind of birth defects are caused by being pregnant while on cocaine. And they see how to treat those birth defects, if they can be treated. And if they can be treated, what you can do to alleviate some of those birth defects. And the finest rent and cut. So yeah, so when people, they gave cocaine to rats, that's such a waste of taxpayer dollars. But the other option is giving cocaine to pregnant women, which, not a good idea, in my opinion. What if a senator or a president or a member of the House wants to run on, no more giving cocaine to rats, give cocaine to pregnant women, and they win? I guess that's what they voted for.
Meanwhile, we've got record high inflation, insane prices, people can't find meaningful jobs, our healthcare is going down the toilet, crime is out of control, and borders are wide open with people spilling through on a daily basis.
You're in Seattle. The only border you got to deal with is the Canadian border. Are you really that worried about people coming over with illegal maple syrup? Guys, they're trying to place the corn syrup with maple syrup. Help!
Not good people, a lot of people who are causing problems.
Maybe we'll be able to DoorDash some good poutine. God, poutine is so fucking good.
For the good people of this country. That's what's happened in the last 4 years. Well, all people were told was you definitely can't have Trump reelected, right? So where did our tax money go? Exactly. To Ukraine. All the funds they're giving it away. And now they want to escalate. They want to rush. They want to spend more of our money because they realize when Trump gets in, it ain't
our money, not yours, because you don't pay taxes.
Gonna happen anymore.
There is maple syrup Coke and Pepsi and all that. There is. I've never had the chance to try it, but I want to try it so badly. I'm sure it's fucking amazing.
Trump's going to say, are you out of your mind?
Give it away, give it away
fucking
now.
Cut this off right now. We're not going to keep sending American money over there. What the fuck did they do to earn it? What are they doing in any way, shape, or form that means that we need to now pay for their country's existence? It's ridiculous. Okay, now listen. I don't want Russia.
Guys, why are we defending South Korea from North Korea? Oh gee, having a major foothold in a Asian country that's on the ocean, so it gives you lots of space to put in naval docks, might be useful. Oh, and it's right next, at the time, to Communist Russia. Might be useful to have a bunch of military bases right next to Communist Russia. Nah, let's just let North Korea take over South Korea. Fuck them. Guys, why are we helping France and England with Germany? Germany just wants to exterminate everyone who's not German. Why are we going to waste our time with that? Gee, I wonder why.
Russia.
Oh, Communist China.
Over, right? The big fear is that if you don't do something to stop Russia and leave their power unchecked, we're going to have another World War II. We're going to have another Hitler that takes over the world because people were so...
Another World War II? Do you mean World War III? Oh, fuck DSP.
Pussyfooted back then. They didn't want to intervene. I don't know about that. And next thing you know, you got the Third Reich and you got the Axis powers and everything's fucked up, right? I get it. I totally get that, all right? I don't understand how us giving so many billion upon billions of dollars to the Ukraine has done that. How did that stop Putin exactly? Do we have any evidence that all the money we've given Ukraine has helped one bit? And now it's the end of the time. What we're doing now is ineffective. If in 3 years, the Ukraine couldn't beat Russia and stop them from invading.
Russia is technically a world power. Russia is technically a superior, top 3 country in the world, supposedly. For Ukraine to be able to fight them off for this long and kill over 700,000 commies, yeah, they're doing pretty good.
What makes you think that a last-ditch effort of throwing more money and missiles at them is going to stop them now? It doesn't make any sense because no matter what happens, in 2 months, it all flips anyway because Trump's going to come to power and say, we're ending this now. So this is a desperate, pathetic, weak, very closed-minded, and dangerous attempt of the Democrats on their way out to do a last desperate gasp of attention, gasp of power, and it means nothing. You know what they say? Full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. That's exactly what this is. All this is one last fart on the way out
World War II
to blow the last remaining bit of tax money from Americans that worked hard and earned that money and just blow.
You don't work hard. You don't earn shit, DSP. And again, you don't pay taxes. Going in, I knew DSP doing politics was going to be a fucking shit show. Oh, God, this is so good. This is so good. Someone who doesn't vote, doesn't pay taxes, crying about tax money being spent. Someone who hasn't had a job in 14 years, crying about hard work.
Pulling it out the ass towards Ukraine, and it's going to do absolutely nothing. This is a fucking waste of our time and money. We, as the American people, we need to start holding our politicians accountable for their actions. We do. In this election, it should have been who is going to do the best for the country. Not, oh, I'm afraid of a dictator, I'm afraid of this, I'm afraid of that. No. If you take a look at the track record, in the last 4 years, the Democrats have squandered the shit out of our tax money. We earned it all, we gave it to them, and they just blew it away. Meanwhile...
We earned it. You haven't earned shit, and you don't pay it. You don't pay taxes.
All these problems around us are getting worse that could have gotten better if they actually appropriated the tax money properly. Because of shit like this. You understand? So this is stupid, disgusting, embarrassing. I mean, honestly, if you want my opinion, and this could be completely, blown apart, and I'm sure people will criticize me, I feel like when the election ends, there needs to be a very rapid transition of power. Very fucking rapid. Now, so one side lost, but now they have 3 months to fuck everything up around the world. No, it should be, you lost, get your ass out, and they get a big rubber boot, and they put it on a big peg of wood, and it swings, and it just kicks you on the ass, and you fly.
DSP, your entire life is built by collecting tax money from others. All those dents that give you their SSI checks, guess what? That's tax money. Tax money You didn't pay. So you'd be sitting there bitching, they didn't give me enough tax money, guys. It's bullshit. If they had given me all that tax money, I wouldn't have to cry here and beg you for your tax money, guys.
Out the fucking door because you lost. And then the new people come in and they start actually running the country better. Now, oh, we have to wait 2, 3 fucking months for this to transition. And meanwhile, blow more money, shoot missiles over it at fucking Russia, piss them off. Let's just fuck up the world. Why not? Hey, why not? Hey, I got an idea. Why doesn't Biden, all right, start making giant blimps of Winnie the Pooh with the leader of North Korea as the face? And just start shoving, just
wrong Asian dude there, DSP. Winnie the Pooh is compared to the president of China, President Z, not Kim Jong-un. Holy fuck, DSP, you tried and you failed. Winnie the Pooh is banned in China, not North Korea. Holy fuck. How do you know so little about this, DSP? How are you gonna sit there and say they need to do Winnie the Pooh in North Korea? I get it, DSP. You don't know the difference between North Korea and China. You don't. Oh, holy fuck.
Go down our streets. Why not? Why not piss them off, right? We got the last chance, our last chance to do something before we leave. Let's just piss them off, right? Come on, how can we piss off China? Let's think of how we can piss off China, too, before Trump comes in and tries to fix shit. Let's keep going, right? Oh, I got him confused? That's China. I'm sorry. I got my memes confused. The Winnie the Pooh is China. I got very confused there. So it should have been the Winnie the Pooh was the Chinese leader. Okay, I apologize. I made a mistake. I misspoke. Anyway.
Let's see. Biden would probably be Eeyore. Trump would be Rabbit? I don't know. Rabbit is pretty neurotic. So, a good question. Who would? Because, yeah, I definitely see Eeyore being Biden.
I think you see the point I'm making. Americans are tired of sitting here suffering with inflation, high prices, bad jobs, no jobs, no ability to put food on their table.
You don't work DSP.
Crime.
No ability to put food on their table, DSP. You DoorDash every meal. You probably spend more money in a week than most people do in a month. Because you DoorDash everything. You DoorDash everything, DSP. You motherfucker. You can always put food on your table, so you're going to sit there and bitch that others can't.
Escalating everywhere around the country, but we got to make sure that the Republicans aren't in power because, Trump might be a dictator or a fascist. Yes, I'm sure. Because, ladies and gentlemen, you remember what happened when he was president.
A fascist? Fascist? Not fascist. He's not Usain Bolt, dude. He's not the fastest person on the planet.
President last time. You remember how everyone was walking down the streets with Nazi insignias on their arms, goose-stepping and saluting, correct? I swear that happened. Or else, what are people talking about? What were they afraid of exactly? I mean, anyway, thank you for listening to my little rant on Ukraine. I'm just nervous. And the reason I'm genuinely nervous, all right, is I wonder what else this senile Joe Biden's going to do before he's gone. Because he's lost 2 months, roughly 2 months. And it makes me nervous.
It's not just Joe Biden, it's also the entire Senate and House of Representatives. Unlike, say, Russia, America is not a dictatorship. The president can be like, hey, I want this to be done. Then he gets this House member to write the bill. They put it to vote, and maybe it passes the House. Then it goes to the Senate. Then they got to convince members of the Senate to vote for it. Then if it passes, then yay! The president got what he voted for. Yay! But the president goes to the House members and says, hey, I want this done. And the House member tells him to pound sand. Then nothing gets done.
What's the next thing, right, that he can do? I don't know, but he could. He has time to screw stuff up. Absolutely he does. All right. Well, folks, I accidentally closed the tab, so if you could bear with me for 1 second, I want to get this news story open.
Professional.
Here it is. I accidentally closed this tab. This is the next one we're going to. I want to make sure this is going to load. Okay. For the record, I have a couple of shout outs to do. But for the record, I just want to say this, and this is completely off the cuff, has nothing to do really with the topics I had planned for the show. This actual show is tough to do, and the reason it's tough to do is because it's so hard to have political websites load. Seriously, like, they won't load. You try to load them, and then they error out and glitch. They say, oh, your browser's out of memory, because they're all reliant very heavily on advertisements, and the advertisements literally overload.
You're running out of RAM? DSP, what the fuck do you have open on your PC that your PC's running out of RAM? And it's so hard to sit here and read, guys. I'm reading.
Load the effing page.
Yeah, you get what?
It is so annoying.
2/3 majority to vote for Bill. They can override a veto.
And before you say ad blocker, because I understand you can't use ad blocker on these sites. If you do, they say we detected an ad blocker, and if you use it, you can't use the site. We won't load the article. So it's a major pain in the ass. Like, I have a bunch of tabs open for the rest of the show, and half of them are endlessly loading for no reason. They have giant pop-up ads for stuffed crust pizza and dresses and all kinds of dumb shit on the screen, and I can't. It's just dumb. It's really stupid. It's annoying. So that's why I accidentally closed that tab, but luckily I didn't need it yet, and I got it open again in order for the next article here. Okay? Okay.
It was not his fault, guys.
I have some shout-outs to do.
It was the website's fault that he closed
is attempting to tip me. Slayer, your tips are being frozen by PayPal. Since 2 of them got frozen in a row, it absolutely means you're using a terminology that PayPal does not like. That is what's going on here. Because usually the tip would have gone through by now, but the fact, Slayer, that you tried to tip me twice and both got blocked, whatever your wording you're using.
I like that, though. It was not his fault that he closed the tab. It was the tab's fault that he closed the tab.
It doesn't like it.
And he did nothing wrong. He did everything correct.
I'm going to assume you're tipping saying something political, and PayPal actually doesn't like the political stuff you're saying. Okay.
Yeah, when I was have you seen this? That stuff is a mess.
He says, for your info, the conflict with Ukraine and Russia, China's a close ally with Russia and North Korea, well aware. That everyone's people like they're the next Axis. Seriously, that's what everyone says. They've been sending weapons, and even recently, North Korean soldiers were sent to fight the front lines against Ukraine. Many countries are hesitant to directly support Ukraine to avoid a war. I know all about it.
Russia and China are not allies. China is using them. Right now, there's only one country buying Russian oil. It's China for a huge discount. Russia is China's bitch. China has taken over Russia without firing a single shot. What was it, 1968, 1969? When did Russia and China actually did fight each other? I think it was 68 or 69. 69, I was right. The Sino-Soviet split. Yeah, they fought each other before. They're not allies. They're not friends. China is just using Russia because they can. Why do you think Russia had to go to North Korea for troops and bullets? Because no one else is helping them. Oh, we were doing business with them. A lot of people doing business with Russia. And then the war started. And then Russia ran out of allies. That's why they had to go to North Korea, because North Korea is the only one that was willing to help them. Then China's like, hey, well, we'll buy your oil for a huge discount. They do not like each other. There's multiple border clashes between the two, fighting over the same amount of land. And one thing I've read about is how China is slowly moving people into Russia as, oh no, you found a new mine, but there's not enough Russian workers to work in that mine. Oh, here's 10,000 of our citizens. Oh no, our citizens are being mistreated. Oh, we need to send in our military to protect our citizens in that town. Oh no, that mine is now under Chinese control. Good job finding that mine for us, Russia, but now that mine is ours because we had to protect our citizens that were there. Yes, I saw that was a great story, just a bad boy. North Korean soldiers finally got access to unlimited internet and just masturbated themselves to death.
I really do.
What does surprise me? North Korea is doing that. Everyone's doing it to Russia. What's Russia going to do? Nothing.
I received a $10 tip. He says this person says your tax money is being used to stop the spread and stop the spread of what? And prevent World War III. It's going to a good cause, I believe. You think that giving the Ukraine missiles in the 11th hour, 2 months before you know Donald Trump is going to pull all support, and having them shoot those missiles to piss off Russia now at the last minute, you think that's going to prevent World War III? By literally giving the support to the people who are going to shoot missiles and piss off these people, that's going to stop World War III. You actually believe that? Wow. Anyway, all right. So thank you for the $10 tip.
Better than supporting communist Russia. What I don't know is why does he support communist Russia so much? Like, what is it about communist Russia that DSP seems to love so much? I don't get it.
Yeah. So we're up to $46 in support. Guys, please, let's get it going. Let's hit the goal tonight. We're about a third of the way there, but we still got 100 to go. This is a cool show. I love doing it. I'm having a good time, by the way. I hope that you guys are too. Please support it. All right? If you like the show and you want to see it continue, please support it. So, by the way, Slayer, I don't know what tips you were sending, but I can't see them, nor can I get them. So, sadly, I can't count these for the show. All right? I received a $5 tip. Rage Pope is interested in talking with me. I don't know who that is. And there are many public ways that people can contact me. You know, I have a X account. I have an email address. If someone's interested in talking with me, they can contact me through the proper channels. Contacting me during my live show like this is incredibly ineffective and is not.
Isn't that how you got a hold of Andy Worski? You show up in his chat and annoy him. Andy, when are you guys going to be doing a live stream? I don't want to be doing my politics live show during your show, guys. So when are you guys, Andy, tell me. Andy. He would show up and be a Derek in their chat for hours. And now you're going to tell someone that they're not supposed to do the same thing to you?
Not going to get anywhere. Okay? Great. Thank you. Okay.
Scanning for tips. Give me
Just
money.
so you guys know, everyone's spamming the chat with information right now. It's completely ineffective. All right? The funny part is people are like, oh, but you don't know that Russia is killing Ukrainians? Yes, I do. I know that. I absolutely know that. Do you think that these missiles being given to the Ukraine at the last minute are going to change that? No, they're not. It's just...
They've already blown up multiple buildings, whatever, in Russia. What was it? There was the one, like, HQ building that they blew up that had, like, 2 or 3 top North Koreans and 2 or 3 top Russian generals, commanders, leaders, what do you want to call them. Like, yeah, they're blowing shit up. They are killing more Russians in a more precise manner than before because they have now more precise munitions. They're not just lobbing mortars and hoping they hit something effective. They're straight up taking out command posts. They're killing military leaders. North Korean soldiers are out there watching in anticipation of the next missile hitting and killing the commander so they can go back to watching more internet porn. Like all those North Korean soldiers going, come on, kill our commander. I want to watch porn. I don't want to be out there fighting and dying for communist Russia. Fuck communist Russia. Give me more porn.
It's just not going to do anything. It's completely ineffective. It's meant to be a sad last attempt.
That'd be hilarious, ODS parody.
To flex their muscles before they're out of power. They've literally sent billions of our dollars over there and made no impact. And now they're still trying to waste time at the end to have no impact. It's just absolutely ridiculous. Okay? It is. It's out of control. But my point is, if this was going to be effective, it had to be done in a proper way where you would have a plan of how this is going to all be laid out and that things were going to hit at certain times that were going to be effective. Not, oh, do everything 2 months before you're out and now all your choices will be undone anyway because they're going to be. I mean, Trump has said as much. Yeah, I don't want to have that situation. I'm going to basically stop this bullshit and our involvement in it. You know, so if that's the case, what are you doing? Oh, rush last minute. No, you're not going to do anything effective. You're just going to hurt the American people more. You're going to exacerbate the situation over there more. You're not going to do anything of any use to anyone. It's sad. It really is. It's actually kind of embarrassing. That's our president acting like that at the last minute when nothing's going to happen or change.
Yeah, Liz, how's it going?
Okay. And it's all good, folks. If you don't agree with me, you don't have to. But that's the whole point of me doing a local show, is I can share some of my thoughts and opinions, and it's up to you.
Some of his bullshit opinions.
Everyone has a different opinion on Ukraine, just like everyone has a different opinion on the big Middle East conflict, right? Everyone does it. You know, I'm sure eventually. That's not tonight. That's for another night. We're just cooling down between stories right now. But that's definitely for another night. I'm sure eventually we'll have to talk about it, especially if it heats up. Okay. Let's keep going. I received a $1.50 tip. People don't realize Putin didn't wake up one day and decide to invade Ukraine. NATO was placing their weapons on the Ukraine-Russia border, basically instigating Russia into retaliating to look like the aggressor. This is what the USA does. They instigate a country. When they retaliate, USA marks them as an aggressive villain.
Are you going with the "I'm not touching you" defense? Are they seriously sitting there using the "I'm not touching you" defense? I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. Hey, you can't do anything because I'm not touching you. Really? That's your defense? What the fuck?
I don't know about that. I certainly don't know that. That could be true. That might not be true at all. That's just me reading a tip. To make that clear, folks, that is not my statement of fact. That's what someone is saying happened. I don't know if it did or not. Okay? Okay. And I received a $30 tip. Thank you so much to Guitar Player 1939 with a big contribution tonight. In fact, arguably
1939.
I think it is, because we had a 5
interesting
subs
date
earlier,
there
on the kick side. But the $30 tip, that's the biggest contribution of the night. Thank you so much, Guitar Player. Let's get you up on the leaderboard here.
What an interesting year to be choosing.
Thank you, thank you. Now we are more than halfway to the goal for tonight.
United States of
Thank
Phil.
you all so very much. I appreciate that. Okay. All right, ready to continue? All right. I'm trying to think, because our next story, I just split the part. We're 51
Oh, Lord,
DSPolitics,
that's going to
get
get
pinned.
pinned.
We have 2 more big stories, then we have the stories at the end. I think I'll split the part here, and I'll probably just stretch for a second, and then we'll continue. So let's do that. Cool.
Stretch. Guys, right, I've been sitting here for 10 minutes.
I don't mean to pause the recording. I meant to split the part like this. Okay. And I hope it doesn't corrupt, for God's sakes. That would suck if it corrupts, because then I'm going to have to find a way to rip the video off the kick, which I hope I don't have to do. Anyway, let me just stretch my legs for a second here, everybody. Ooh. Like the top
then we can skip ahead
kick for that night. That no one else was getting the numbers I was getting, which is really awesome. Okay. 200 viewers have filled derangement syndrome. You know, it's funny you said that, Francisco, because guess what the next topic is tonight? Oh, yes. Oh, yes, it's time.
Oh, derangement syndrome? Never heard of that one.
All right, guys, thank you. Let's continue. Please, let's continue with the support. Let's hit the goals. Let's get it done. Let's hit these goals. We don't have to worry about it for the rest of the night.
Give me money, guys.
A big bomb of subs or a big tip. Let's just wrap it up and continue on with our night, all right? And if we exceed that goal, that helps us to do a double or triple DSP Tries It tomorrow, where we do a taste test head-to-head, all right? All right. Here we go. The next topic. All right, folks. It's time for us to get to our next topic of tonight's show.
I hate this intro of his, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. It is so fucking annoying. And again, he had nothing to do with it.
For our next topic tonight, I'm just going to do a big disclaimer. All right? A big warning. I wish I should have got it to say it on the screen, but I didn't. Our next topic of tonight is not a lighthearted one whatsoever. It's actually quite dark. Okay? Ladies and gentlemen, during this last decade, the United States populace has been bombarded with a wild number of outlandish campaigns speaking about Donald Trump in various different ways. As we've said already on the show, he's been called a dictator. He's been called a fascist. People are equating him to Hitler, saying that, oh, if Donald Trump won this election, this is a really important election, because if Donald Trump beats Kamala Harris, we're going to have chaos in the streets, and people are going to come to your house and round you up because of the way you think, act, or look. It's over for you. People have actually said this, okay? Now, when people say this kind of stuff, there's 2 questions, all right, that I have to ask. Question number 1 is, where were you during the years of 2016 to 2020?
Now, before this continues, I got a video clip for you from DSP.
It really is. It's hilarious to listen to this complete buffoon say stupid shit. But then again, that might be why he's running, because he realizes that people will vote for someone just because he says moronic things. And that's why I back Donald Trump. By the way, I'm kidding. I don't back Donald Trump. If he gets elected, I might leave. But anyway, here we go.
Yeah, I had that lined up ready to go for a reason, because I knew this was coming. I knew this was coming, so I had a clip of him shitting on Donald Trump early.
So I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but between the years of 2016 and 2020, Donald Trump was president. And I'm thinking back during that time frame, and I'm like, I just don't recall Donald Trump having a Nazi mustache or a Hitler mustache, having a swastika on his arm, putting his arm out with the Nazi salute, and ordering an army of
like you've done multiple times.
Anyone should get round up and put into camps. He didn't start world wars. I mean, you want to know what he did? He had a big ass mouth, and he started a lot of shit because he said nasty things on Twitter. Okay, I will admit to that. Again, I've said this before. I wish that Donald Trump had more professionalism and self-control. He never really had that in his life, and he doesn't really need it because it seems like when he speaks his mind, he kind of gets ahead. I honestly think that's one of the major reasons why he was actually voted in to begin with, because he wasn't a career politician. He was a blusterous, hyperbolic talker who could get the crowds going, a populist, if you will. And people didn't like the figureheads anymore, the professional level politicians. People had enough of him, okay? They wanted, or enough of that. They wanted someone different. They saw that in Trump. So Trump gets elected. He has 4 years, but I didn't notice the country falling apart. I didn't. I saw maybe some things go good or bad for various.
Who did you talk to during those 4 years? What friends did you hang out with during those 4 years? What family members did you talk to about this during family gatherings? What events did you go to that were slightly different during those years that you would have noticed, like, hey, this is a little off. Normally the convention is like this, but now people are acting like this at the convention. Exactly. He didn't talk to a single fucking person. He didn't talk to a single fucking person. The cashier at the Costco doesn't count. It's going to be, guys, people didn't act like this. Didn't they? How would you know that if they acted like that or not? You don't talk to anyone. I can't wait. And a marathon, March 22nd or 3rd. 22nd. March 22nd is Anna Marathon. Can't wait.
Different groups. Some things went good for me. Some things went bad for me personally. Like some things went very good and some things got worse.
Like you declared bankruptcy.
In life, especially as an American. Not everything is great. Now,
you had to declare bankruptcy and go on a back tax payment plan. That's what happened to him.
In this regard, okay? The other part of this equation that I have to say is, what do you think is going to happen?
He is an idiot. What do you expect?
When for years you have spread this hyperbole about Donald Trump to the world, but notably to the American people. Last week on this very show, we saw that Kamala Harris had celebrities like Will Ferrell saying to the American people, if you don't vote for Kamala Harris, we're going to hold you personally responsible. What was her slogan? We will not go back, right? We're not going back, whatever it was, right? Like as if the world and America will be completely changed and transfixed 100% if Donald Trump wins the election. People believe this now. So there's literally people who actually think that now in the next 4 years, their lives are going to be completely ruined. They believe that.
Tell it to all the trans people who can't use bathrooms anymore. Jacko! I mean, shit, at the model event I was at, there was one bathroom. It was a all-genders bathroom. There's no issues. If you had to go, you had to go.
Can you blame them? Well, some of us understand that this political bullshit in the United States is just that. It's bullshit. It's hyperbole. It's exaggeration. Some people don't. Some people aren't that smart. They don't possess that level of
thumb. God, I love that DSP can't say S's anymore. For some reason, the letter S escapes his grasp of being able to say it, and I love it.
Common sense or awareness. They genuinely believe everything that they're told. And the problem with that is that then you get people who sadly will lose their minds over everything they've been told. And then horrible things happen. And it's disgusting and it's despicable and it needs to stop.
I'll say right now they got that one trans house member that, oh, what's the other one? Nancy, I think her name is. Has gone absolutely batshit crazy. She posted about bathrooms like 57 times in one day. like just went absolutely ballistic over bathrooms in Washington D.C. It's this crazy bat shit like that. It's like, is that really what your people elected you to do? Was sit on Twitter all day posting about bathrooms? Hey, there's a lot of furries that are going to be conservative.
But it seems like it's not stopping on both sides. Because as much as we can say the Democrats have said the bad things about Trump, Trump has said really bad things about the Democrats.
Oh, he's
too.
definitely
Remember
on the road to stroke their neck
up and all of that. Kamala Harris is the worst vice president in history we've ever had. She's the worst politician. I don't believe that. I really don't. I don't think that Biden has actually been the worst president this country has ever had, like Trump seems to want to say. But the problem is, when you over-exaggerate, practice hyperbole, dumb people, weak-minded people, people who are mentally ill,
your fans
will believe it, and then they take incredibly harsh action, and then people get hurt. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to look at a couple of those cases tonight. Trump derangement syndrome in full effect. Minnesota dad who ranted against Trump election.
Now, mind you, DSP's entire existence is funded by people on disability.
Gunned down his wife, ex-girlfriend, and his 2 kids in a murder-suicide. That is horrible. Absolutely terrible. Should never have happened at all. And it happened right after the election.
Basically, see you, Lee. Thanks for hanging out. And go.
A Minnesota dad who ranted against President-elect Donald Trump online.
Go Cardinals. Beat the Seahawks. Beat the Sleaze Hawks.
Shot and killed his wife, ex-partner, and his 2 sons before then turning the gun on himself, according to authorities. The shooter, 46-year-old Anthony Nephew, had a pattern of mental health issues, Duluth Police Chief Mike Sanoa said on Friday, one day after authorities found 5 people dead inside 2 homes in the city. So think about that. He murdered one family, went to the next house, and murdered the other. Authorities found Anthony Nephew's ex-partner, Aaron Abramson, 47, and their son, Jacob Nephew, 15, dead from apparent gunshot wounds inside their home Thursday afternoon, police said. After identifying Anthony... can I read the article? After identifying Anthony Nephew as a suspect, police found 45-year-old wife Catherine Nephew and their 7-year-old son Oliver Nephew dead from gunshot wounds inside the family home close by. Anthony Nephew was found dead inside the home from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Before his rampage, Anthony Nephew had been sharing left-wing and anti-Trump posts on his Facebook account. My mental health and the world can no longer peacefully coexist. And a lot of the reason is religion, Anthony Nephew wrote in July. I'm terrified of religious zealots inflicting their misguided beliefs on me and my family. I have intrusive thoughts of being burned at the stake as a witch or crucified on a burning cross.
DSP. Shit like this happens, sadly, in America all the time. One of my exes, she moved to Kentucky with the guy that she cheated on me with. They got married, had kids, and then you know what? You know what happened? This kind of shit. You know how fucked up it was to see that on Facebook? From her mom, which I was still friends with because mom liked me better. The mom sharing the obituary and the story about how they together murdered their kids and then shot themselves. Guys, this is because people hate Trump. If they didn't hate Trump so much, they wouldn't be doing this. Bitch, this happens all the fucking time in America. Let's see, how many family I think they're called annihilators happen yearly. That's the term I'm working for. There have been 227 cases since 2020. So something like this has happened 227 times. This article was on July 13, 2023. So in 3 years. So from 2020 to 2023, July 13th, there have been 227 cases of people doing this. Like, this is not something new, DSP. Texas has the highest rate of family annihilation cases in America. Holy shit. This is from August 5th, 2023. Ooh. Over 75% of domestic violence homicides in Texas are perpetrated with a firearm. A lot of stressors. What we know is we need mentally as a prevention to interrupt these really tragic outcomes. So yes, DSP, this is nothing new. Anthony Nephew did not discover this. He did not invent this. Like, holy shit. 200 and... 27 cases in 3 years. That is fucking crazy. In the Netherlands, there was an average of 1 family annihilation per year between 1992 and 2005. United States, 23 incidents of pretty much family annihilation per year between 2000 and 2009. So from 2000 to 2009, 23 times a year, someone would annihilate their family, including themselves. DSP, this has nothing to do with Trump. It has to do with the fact that Americans are fucked in the head. Yeah, it's just one more thing that pile on. It's the straw that broke the camel's back. Like, this was going to happen. May not have happened as early as it did, but it was going to happen. Yeah, there's a reason why, no, America has more mass shootings in a year than every other country does combined in history. Because we're Americans. It's what we do. Good, JDX. Well, good thing they failed. People may, oh, I don't want to be a failure, but you know what? Sometimes it's good to fail. Yeah, America is fucked in the head. In a way like no other country is. Only in America does have this shit happen. Is it something in the water? Is it something on our news media? Is it something on Facebook? I don't know. But yeah, but 23 times a year for 9 years from 2000 to 2009, this would happen. 227 cases in 3 years from 2020 to 2023. And the majority of them happening in Texas. Maybe it's the heat. Texas gets pretty hot. Maybe that's what it is. I figure Europe, oh no, it's so hot out. It's, alright, convert Celsius to been on the moon. It's 77 degrees out, guys. It's so hot. Oh my god, it's so hot. Like, bitch, please. 77 degrees on January 1st in Texas. Yeah, doom scrolling doesn't help. It's anime and video games' fault. Must be it. Okay. Why is America messed up? Video games. Violence in movies. Sex on TV. Anime. I mean, in Ohio, you used to have to have a CCW. Now you don't need a CCW in Ohio anymore. You can carry wherever you want as long as you don't go into a bank or something. Blame Canada. Good option.
Do you think perhaps this kind of person, when they are hearing that the devil is being elected president, that maybe they might react in a bad way? Do you think maybe, perhaps, for some point, the people saying awful things should have accountability, taken? That people then lose their minds and act horrible ways based on what they said?
It's just moving to Netflix, so he'll just have to buy a Netflix subscription.
I mean, people actually believe that I or my child are Satan or the Antichrist or whatever their favorite color of boogeyman they are afraid are this week. In another post, he accused Republicans of making it harder for women to leave abusive relationships. Gilead, here we come, he wrote, referencing The Handmaid's Tale. Yeah, this has been one. Ever since, basically, Trump won the election, The Handmaid's Tale has become this viral thing for the left, the left-leaning people, that the whole country is going to become The Handmaid's Tale. I heard women are buying Handmaid's Tale cosplay and wearing it out in the streets in protest that this has happened. It's like they can't handle reality. They actually want to believe. The thing is...
Funny thing about that story, like the extra larges and the larges are all sold out. The smalls you can still get.
Here's the thing. If you're so anti-Trump and you're so afraid, correct? Right? Why are you then dressing up in a dystopian way? You know what I'm saying? Like, this is just weird. It's bizarre to me. I don't understand how that's doing anything. So anyway, continuing on. Anthony Nephew shared other political posts, including an image of former President Barack Obama, Trump, President Biden, and Vice President Kamala Harris. The word hate sits under Trump's face. while the words hope, heal, and grow correspond with the Democratic politicians. Not that anyone cares, but as an independent voter, I would really like to see both the political parties in our country pick better candidates, he wrote in July. You know what? I agree with that. What did I say? I said 100%. I didn't like Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, or for that reason, Joe Biden when he was running for our presidential candidates, and that we need a better system, that we have better choices, not we're just saying, well, here's who you're voting for. Wait, what? What say did I have? Did I get to vote? No.
Primaries. Again, he's not registered to vote, so he can't vote. But primaries, DSP. That's how those candidates are picked. Donald Trump won the primary in 2016. Since he was the president then, he didn't have to run in 2020. But he then ran in 2024 primaries, where he won. DSP, do you not know what a primary is? Like, I voted for Bernie during 2016 primary, and then again in 2020. But DSP, do you not know what a primary is? I really think he doesn't understand that. He has no idea about a primary, does he? He has no idea that they run beforehand to get picked as the candidate. Holy fuck, DSP.
No, these are your choices. That's our two-party system. Too bad if you don't like it. Huh? Is that democracy then?
There's also Green, Libertarian, technically the Socialist, Communist. Like, there's a bunch of also very, very fringe groups that, you know, I got 300 votes in the county, in the country. Yes, there's not just blue or red. There's also green, yellow, whatever you want to call them. Yeah, he'd have no idea what a primary is, would he? I think that's one of the missteps he has, that because he waited so long to drop out that they didn't have time to do primaries. And it's like, oh, well, everyone indoors, Kamala says we got to go for her. If they'd actually ran a primary, they probably would have done better, but you never know.
I'm a little lost. How is that true democracy? I don't understand it.
And stayed in their graves.
Yeah, I agree. Both the candidates sucked ass, and therefore, no matter who won, we kind of lost anyway. That's kind of my take. Like, listen, I feel that under this Republican 4 years that we're going to have in the United States, perhaps some things particularly will get better for me and my family that we've been waiting on. Having interest rates go down. Therefore, possibly I can refinance my home. Having prices go down. Things like that. Perhaps taxes will get.
If the reason DSP is able to refinance his house is because Trump won, I gotta say, go Trump. If DSP is able to refinance his house, he is going to fuck himself. He is going to fuck himself harder than Worski fucks a black hooker in Vegas on coke. And I am absolutely fucking here for it. He finances his house. He's probably thinking, I'll go from $1,900 a month to $2,200 a month. No. When you got that house, it was what, $326,000 when you got it? You go up to $519,000, I think was the last valuation of the condo. Can you imagine the interest rate and the payments on a $519,000 home? And then not just that, homeowners insurance goes up. His homeowners insurance goes up. By how much? Who knows? But if instead of covering a $326,000 home, you're covering a $519,000 home. And when he got the condo in Seattle, from what I understand, what I've read and all that, you could choose to pay your property taxes separately. You can't do that anymore, as far as I've read. Maybe it's just an Ohio thing, but when I got my house, you can no longer separate them because so many banks were dealing with the person was paying their mortgage but not paying their property taxes. So then the county would come and take the house, and then the banks is like, "What the fuck? That's our house." He still owes us $130,000. Yes, but he owes us $20,000 in property taxes that he never paid. So our house, bitches. Now we get to sell it and to pay off that $20,000. And so now they tie property taxes into the mortgage payment. So can you imagine? He goes from $1,900 to $4,200 a month just for his mortgage. That's not counting HOA, utilities, food, DoorDash, gin, internet. He was from 1900 to 4200 just for his mortgage payment. Oh, please. I am begging you, let that happen. Please, Trump. Please lower the interest rate so far that DSP tries to refinance his house and fucks himself. Yes, definitely pay him to keep his clothes on. Oh, you guys see that new streaming platform Party? It's already just women now with their just boobs hanging out. Like, not even like, oh, I'm wearing a bikini. No, just boobs hanging out. Like, okay, is this Pornhub? Is this Chatterbait? Nope. It's the new streaming site, Party, where they're paying people $1,000 to join. Which I'm kind of surprised DSP hasn't tried to go to Party already.
Get a little better, right? I don't know, but I generally think that some of that will improve under the Republican control, okay? Generally, I believe that. I could be wrong, but that's generally what I believe. I don't think having Trump as our president is going to help. I just don't believe that. I'm not one of these people who's like so pro-Trump, and I love Trump, and I love his mean tweets, and I love all this shit. I literally don't. I think that he's kind of out of control when it comes to being completely immature. His hyperbole is, you know, I think it's bad for the country, quite frankly. I told you guys, I'm no fan of Donald Trump. I'm just not, okay? All right, continuing on. We could do better than a binary choice between fascism and not fascism. That's also not what it was. Why does everyone believe that Donald Trump is a fascist? When did that happen? He was the president for 4 years. This did not change from being a democratic country. I'm lost as to what he's talking about. But again, this is what people believe because this is what the media told them. This is what the talking heads and the figureheads told them. This is what the celebrities told them in Hollywood. Everyone told them.
The thing with that, Lord DS Parody, is that those companies rely on the 27.99, the 32.99, the 39.99% interest rates. So if you cap interest rates at 10%, how many of those companies are going to be like, this guy is a good idea? Or how many of them are going to go, no, we're not giving you a card anymore because we can't exploit you for a 32.99% interest rate. So after your cards go out. And so now the theory is that if this does happen, like, oh, you get 1% cash back here and 2% cash back there and 5% cash back on Amazon. You might get rid of those or reduce those by a lot. It's like, oh no, you only get 0.1% cash back here and 2% and 0.2% there and only half a percentage point on Amazon because we're fucking capped on 10%. Why can't he say a lot of words? He's saying, guys, it's fascist. It's the fastest thing on the planet. It's like, you mean fascist? There's a C in there, DSP. So yeah, he's
right.
An idiot.
I'm saying fascism instead of fascism. Okay.
There you go.
Excuse me, fascism. Sorry, I'm lisping. Okay.
Drunk.
Let's continue. Anthony Nephew previously even issued a chilling warning about his mental health battles, writing in an op-ed to the local Duluth News Tribune in 2021. For millions of Americans, a breakdown leads to suicide or homicide before suicide. Mental health in the country is stigmatized, ignored, or treated as a burden for the individual to bear alone with little help and less understanding. Americans deny they have mental health struggles because they have to, because they're told to, or because they don't realize their mind's broken. The police in Duluth, a city of 90,000 residents, have not yet determined a motive in the shootings. Well, I mean, there might be a follow-up at this point. I don't know, because this was from, like a week ago, a little over a week ago. Because I was saving these up for the night when we were going to do this as a topic. Okay? Continuing on, we have another one. Another one, everyone. Wife of a
I say, credit cards are a good way for you to build up credit early. A lot of people don't have any credit until they get a credit card with 32.99% interest rate. Or like one thing parents have been doing in America is when they have a kid, they'll put a credit card in the kid's name, then all right, $100 a month, paid off, $100 paid off, $100 paid off. That way by the time their kid turns 18, the kid already has a 750 credit score, which is really good.
Prominent trans writer hacked father to death with an ice axe after Trump's a space rocket program manager butchered her father with an ice axe on election night after a breakdown following President-elect Donald Trump's victory and was found smiling and clapping, covered in her loved one's blood, the cops said. Corey Burke considered the bloody rampage in which she allegedly strangled, bit, and hacked her her 67-year-old father in the $800,000 Seattle home they shared as an act of liberation, charging documents.
In 2023, there was 19,252 reported murders in America. The murder rate in the U.S. has decreased significantly since the 1990s, when it was 9.4 per 100,000 people. In 2023, it was 5.7 per 100,000 people. Majority of murder victims are male, which here as well. That's I don't want to just stay. I want murder rate America. Ooh, 85 was a really bad year. Murder rate 9.4 per 100,000. 92, 9.3 per 100,000. Let's see, 320 million times 9, well, divided by 100,000 times 9.2. Like, yeah, DSP. People snap and murder each other every fucking year. Ooh, that's not good, Lord DS parody. You imagine he'd be able to figure out per capita means? Hell no. Guys, I don't get it. Per capita, capital of what? Capital of America? Isn't that Washington, D.C., guys? I don't get it. What does Washington, D.C. have to do with anything? So let's see. Although, obviously, in like 91, there wasn't 320 million people. So there were 320 million people in 91 when they had a murder rate of 9.8. It would have been 31,360 murders. Obviously, they didn't have that many people back then. So let's say there's only 250 million back then. Divided by 100,000 times 9.8. 24,500. That's still a lot of murders, DSP. Were all those people murdered in 91 because of Trump derangement syndrome? Or was it because of America being fucked in the head? Like, outsiders don't seem to understand. Like, yeah, America is fucked in the head. That's why you go to Paris, you're walking around, there's someone on the street with no clothes on because they're painted up as a statue and they're posing. You come in, no, you leave a franc, or wait, no, they don't use francs there anymore. They use euros. You leave a euro because he's pretending to be a statue out in public. In America, someone's walking around outside with no clothes on. They're screaming that the aliens took their clothes and the CIA's after them. They gotta hide from the CIA. That's America. Knives, hammers, cars, fists. Especially with women, poisons a lot. Oh yeah, crack was a hell of a drug back in the 90s.
Allege. Berg 33 is a training program manager at Blue Origin, Jeff Bezos' spacecraft company, according to her LinkedIn, and is married to a prominent transgender writer, Samantha Leigh Allen, Public Record Show. Well, let me tell you something. Jeff Bezos has the best screening program possible for his training managers. Like, a training program manager, huh? Yikes! Let's continue. I'm not even looking at that one. Let's keep going. Allen is the author of the acclaimed book, Real Queer America, LGBT Stories from Red States, and an editor at them, a Condé Nast transgender news publication. The killing was meant to help people change their attachment to their parents and had to happen today, Burke told police, her face covered in her father's blood, according to court documents. Burke had been upset about the election and knew Trump would handily beat Vice President Kamala Harris when she allegedly snapped, apparently when her father, Timothy Burke, refused to turn off the lights. She went upstairs, grabbed an ice pickaxe, tripped her father, choked and bit him on the floor, and then struck him repeatedly with the blunt and sharp ends of the tool. Burke sat down next to her father and watched him die, then smashed all the windows in the house in what she described as an act of liberation. When cops arrived, they found Burke clapping because she was so happy. Burke was worked at Blue Origin for about 5 years, according to her LinkedIn page, and lived with her father in a house in South Seattle. But she's married, but she's living with her father in a house in South Seattle. Where is her significant other living?
DSP, the only reason you don't live at home with your parents is because you beg children on YouTube to pay your bills. Yeah, America is, like, capital of murders in the world, as far as I know. In fact, we can look that up. Top 10 countries murder rates. Or murder per capita. Well, here's the lowest. Alright, so we're not number 1. We're number 3. Oh, we're number 2. Oh, this is from 2022, though. So as of 2022, we were second in the world, only behind Mexico. Come on, guys. We need to pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers. Like, come on. How are we going to be number 2 in the world? Mexico. Goes Mexico, America, Colombia, down by over 8,000 fewer than America. Pakistan, under 10,000. Ecuador, under 5,000. Honduras, Kenya, Turkey, Myanmar, Haiti, Argentina. Ooh, Canada is not even top 10. Haha, suck it, Canada. You suck. You wish you were us. America.
Berg told police she had a strained relationship with her father without strong boundaries that left her feeling hyper-focused and disorganized. So why is she living with her father? Married, but still living with the dad.
Maybe the dad lives with her? What if the dad's, I don't know, on collecting, you know, maybe the dad's collecting Social Security because he got hurt at work. And so he lives with his daughter because he can't live on his own due to his injuries. Nah, can't be that. Like, that's a thing, DSP. Sad, but it is a thing. But nope. Can't be that or anything like that. Very polite moose. Dude, fuck mooses. Mooses will fuck you up. Like you would not believe. It's crazy how powerful mooses are. Like, people don't seem to understand, like, mooses are fucking dangerous. You ever seen the size of those fuckers? Like, they're fucking tanks. It's amazing when you watch those videos from, like, Alaska, and it's like, why is the SUV going in reverse the wrong way down the highway? Then, like, no, 100 feet later, it's like, oh, because there's a moose in the road. Don't fuck with the moose. Do not fuck with the moose.
Dad, but you have issues with the dad. I'm very confused. Trump's election victory overwhelmed her and finally pushed her attention to the breaking point, she said. When officers arrived, she came out of the house with her hands up and blood smeared on her face, but she said she didn't have any idea where the blood came from or who smashed the windows. She later described the dispute with her father over the lights, eventually whispering, "I killed him," to one officer. Charging documents said Berg has been charged with first-degree murder and is being held on $2 million bail. Now, as much as I would like to say, these are the only two stories, they're not. These are the two biggest stories. These are the ones that have been kind of sensationalized. But there have been numerous reports of fights breaking out, family members literally disowning their other family members, friendships breaking and ending.
Families disown their children all the time for being gay. Now those gay children are disowning their parents. Is that a thing in Europe? Do, like, parents disown their kids or kids disown parents in Europe or in Asia? What do you think that'd be a thing in Asia? I think respect of parental figure would be too much of a thing in Asia. Yes, I don't see that being a thing in Asia. Is that a thing in Europe where people will disown their kids or disown their parents? Or is that just another American thing? I never hear about it from any of my Canadian friends. I've never heard of anyone in Canada saying that, no, their parents disowned them or they disowned their parents or something. Oh, they were rooting for the Toronto Blue Leafs, but I'm a Red Wings fan, so I had to disown my parents for rooting for the Toronto Maple Leafs. Fuck the Maple Leafs. Poor Toronto. They haven't won a cup in decades.
Relationships breaking and ending, all because Donald Trump won the U.S. presidency. If you're involved in one of these situations, okay, I have a sincere question for you, and I would hopefully like to get an answer tonight, okay? Here's my question to you. What the fuck is wrong with you? It's a fucking election. It happens every 4 years. No, really. We have presidential elections.
DSP, let's say you're a trans person. And then someone you thought was a friend voted to end your right to use the bathroom that you identify with. Might piss you off. Let's say... Let's say you're a veteran. And then someone that wants to cut veteran services wins an election. And you find out that your friend... Like, this person campaigned on cutting veteran services to help cut waste from the government. And you find out your friend voted for that. As a veteran, it might piss you off. And go Oilers. Oh, fuck the Buckeyes. The Buckeye fans, like, I don't have an issue with the Ohio State Buckeyes. Love their marching band. Best damn band in the land. Their fans, annoying as hell. Like, you think Dallas Cowboys fans are annoying? Try living in Ohio with Ohio State Buckeye fans. So fucking annoying.
In the United States every single 4 years. In fact, there's no chance that Donald Trump can be president a second time after this one, because this will be his second term.
Unless they change that amendment, which they could try to do. Because I think the argument is that since it wasn't served back to back, that doesn't apply, but that's a case you'd have to take to court, argue in court before judges. I don't see it going through, but hey, you never know.
There's checks and balances in place to make sure that he can't be a president the third time. So what the fuck is wrong with your head? Why would you lose a friend, lose a loved one, lose a family member or a significant other? Why would you take extreme action because of a fucking election? I want you to look around you right now, all of you who are watching live or who are watching this show on demand, because some of you will probably watch this as a clip, correct? Look around. Do you see Donald Trump anywhere in the room? I don't see Donald Trump anywhere in the room. Well, actually, he was on the screen, but luckily that's a digital representation. That's not the real Trump, all right? The truth is, yes, Donald Trump's election will affect us all in some way, but life goes on. It's literally not the end. Donald Trump is not going to move in with you. He's not going to force you to do things against your will every day. When you pour your cereal into the cereal bowl and you're about to pour milk in it, Donald Trump will now walk up to your table, drop trowel, pull out his member, and piss into your bowl of cereal in the morning. That's literally not going to happen. Jesus, there he is. You see what I mean? That's not going to happen.
I say it sounds like something DSP would actually want to happen, though. Sounds like kind of kinky to be into.
So why are you acting like that's going to happen? Why are you acting like the world is over? I'm lost. Now, the people there, obviously, who did the extreme actions, they're unhinged. We already know that. One of the guys admitted over and over that he had mental illness and he didn't know how it was going to affect him. The other person, geez, the way that they're acting, yeah, they're laughing at it, that they brutally murdered their father. It's insane, right? We can all agree there. That's not sane thought. That's just it's broken mentality or broken mental state. But for other people who didn't go to that extreme, but then they're still acting like this. Oh my God, the world is over. No, it's not. Okay? I want you all to take a deep breath. The world's not over. Your life's...
I'd also like to point out this is an opinion coming from a straight white male. Do not ban Dallas for being a Notre Dame fan. This is an opinion coming from a straight white male. Guess what? As a straight white male myself, yeah, things ain't gonna really change for me. I'm not gonna be, I don't know, going to the mall and all of a sudden, oh, you can't go into this store because you're a straight white male. But you know what? For my friends in the LGBT community, my African American friends, although a couple of us don't call them African American, they fuck Africa. They're not from Africa. They're from America. They're black. Which I think is hilarious. Like, dude, I'm not African American. Fuck Africa. Like, all right, but you know what? For them, things might change. Hispanic friends. Oh, they're only gonna expel the illegal ones. But let's say they're out front having a smoke break before they go to work, and then they get arrested for being a Mexican, even though they're from Honduras. And it's like, well, I'm here legally. Well, we're gonna throw you in jail for the next 72 hours. If you're lucky, you might be able to prove you're an American citizen before we send your ass to a detainment camp in Texas. But it already happens, though. There's already people who get, arrested, whatever, by ICE agents that are here legally. That are American citizens. Their great-great-grandparents have been here, like, before there was America. Like, they didn't cross the border crossed them, as they like to say. And yet, they can still get arrested even though they've done nothing wrong. They did everything correct, but they have tan skin, so they get caught up in a bus or whatever, even though they're here legally. And, well, it was only 72 hours. Gee, they missed work on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday while staying in jail. Hey, don't bother coming back to work because you missed 3 days without, it was 3 no-call, no-shows in a row. You're fired. But I was in jail. Well, then we definitely don't want your ass coming to work. No, you don't understand. It was a misunderstanding. We don't care. You just did 3 no-call, no-shows in a row. You're fired. Have fun getting another job. Like, that shit has happened. Or, what was it? There was a comedian that has cerebral palsy, got arrested, thrown in prison, left there for the weekend, like they completely forgot about him, almost fucking died because they thought he was drunk. He's like, I have cerebral palsy, assholes. He sued, $1 million, and well, he was not a comedian at the time. He's a comedian now because the millions of dollars he made from suing the police department allows him to be a comedian. Like, shit happens like that all the time. Imagine you hurt your foot, you get pulled over. Well, I can't walk a straight line. My foot's hurt. You're probably drunk. They throw your ass in prison on Friday night. They forget about you. It's Monday morning before they go for a judge. And I was like, well, I'm already late for work. Well, let's say you like me and you work the weekends. Like, hey, I just missed Saturday and Sunday at work because you guys arrested me because my foot hurts. I wasn't able to walk a straight line because my foot hurts because I hurt it or doing something stupid like walking on ice because I'm an idiot. So now I just missed 2 days of work, 2 no-call, no-shows at work. I'm already late to work on Monday. I had to go for a judge, explain, like, my foot hurts. I slipped and fell on the ice, twisted my ankle. I can't walk in a straight line. So they threw my ass in prison or in county jail for the weekend because they thought I was drunk. Like, shit like that happens all the time in America. I don't know if that happens in Europe or whatever, but shit like that happens in America all the fucking time. So yes, DSP. If you're Hispanic, or you're black, or you're LGBTQ, or you're a woman, and you're afraid for your rights, you're afraid of what might happen in the future, and you find out someone you considered a friend went, fuck you, I hope you get arrested and thrown into Mexico even though you're from Honduras, and your family's been here since before that was in America. Cops forgot to get him. Oh, I've seen that story. You're right. Yeah, he was waiting for them to show up and they never did, so he just went about life. And then, like, 12 years later, they figured out what they did and busted him and tried to send his ass to prison. And it's like, he's been a model citizen. He got married, started a business, has kids. Like, he's been a model citizen, volunteer work, works for the school that his kids go to, was a model citizen. But he never served, like, the 3 years in prison that he got. So they arrested him. But I think, news got a hold of it, petitions were signed, and he got let go, like, after like a couple weeks in prison. Yeah, like he was a model citizen. He fucked up when he was younger, made himself a model citizen, but then however many years later they found out about it and arrested him and tried to throw his ass in jail, and news finds out about it, petitions get signed, got let go early, thankfully. God, America's a fucked up country. Only in America, right? Gotta say.
It's not over. Perhaps there will be people in charge of this country for the next 4 years and you won't agree with their choices and you think perhaps they're going to give you a harder time to live. I've been there too. Where, oh God, now things are going to be tougher for me for the next 4 years.
You're a straight white male that works from home playing video games. What administration passed a bill or law that changed your life? DSP, please tell me. What did Biden or Obama or Bush or Clinton or Bush again or Reagan, what did they pass? What did they do that changed your life as a straight white male that works from home, begging and playing video games? Please, DSP, I would love to hear what bill got passed into law that would have been passed if the other party had won. That completely changed your life.
All right? But it's going to be fine. In life, I've said this, life is a series of peaks and valleys like this. Okay? Sometimes you're up here and you're a high and things are going well, and sometimes you're way down here at your worst and things are going bad. But it fluctuates like a sound wave, okay? That's life. And in life, and in
like a sound wave? DSP, do you not know what a sound wave is? Fucking hell, DSP, you're just giving me so much fucking gold in this video. I love it.
Culture, things swing to the left and to the right like a pendulum. And sometimes you're all the way over here, and sometimes you're all the way over here, and sometimes you're kind of in the middle, and you get that kind of hypertension of people getting at each other's throats. Right now, we were all the way over here, and now we're swinging all the way over here for a while. But it's not going to stay like that forever. It's going to go back. There is literally no reason for you to lose your mind over this. Elections are a 4-year cycle. Things will change. There'll actually be other elections in the meantime. The president is every 4 years, but other spots are not. There'll be other things, local things in the states and other spots that will be changing and shifting, right? We're going to see what happens. It doesn't mean to go nuts and murder people and do awful things and break relationships and just ruin your life over it. Just keep a metered mind, a level head, and understand that things are not always going to be perfect or good for everyone, but things will get better. The truth is, I feel the reason these people react like this is because of the irresponsible people in charge who run things. If our media didn't present arguments like if this person gets elected, it's all over for all of us and the devil has won and blah, 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 then people wouldn't freak out like that. But the thing is, they think they can't win the election unless
gotta get those Zelda jammies right.
So they have to lie. They have to say the ridiculous thing. They have to go over the top. Because if they don't, then they can't get the votes they need. And if that's the case, isn't that the real problem here? At the end of the day, isn't the problem that you can't win the election?
Oh, that's adorable, Lord Disparity.
And that goes for Democrats and Republicans. I feel like on both sides, they need to cut the shit. Because there's dumb people, there's weak-minded people, there's mentally ill people who either believe them or can't handle reality.
Can you imagine if DSP gets fucked by Trump? Like, Trump goes, hey, IRS agents, leave my billionaire buddies alone. Go after all these asshole streamers online that are corrupting America. My son, Barron, who for some reason looks nothing like me, I think he was corrupted by video games. So I need you to go after those video game streamers on Twitch and the YouTubes. And then they go after streamers. Like, what happens if, under Donald Trump, the Republicans decide, all right, well, to distract the IRS from our people, to give us all of our money, hey, IRS, we want you to focus on streamers. Because there's no way those streamers are doing everything correct with their money. They got to be hiding a lot of it, right? Can you imagine that happens? And they go hardcore in on DSP? Like, they audit his ass for 8 years worth of stuff. So you played WWE Champions for 8 years. And during those 8 years, you declared bankruptcy while spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on WWE Champions and other gacha games for my YouTube channel. Alright, go to YouTube. Let's see. Dragon Ball Z Dokkan Battle. Oh, Dokkan Battle's not appearing on this channel. Let's see. Street Fighter Duel. He spent $30,000 on. I'm seeing a lot of Street Fighter, but not Street Fighter Duel. Let's see. He spent $37,000 on Marvel Twin Alliance, Future Flight. He's got some Marvel games on here. Marvel vs. Capcom. He's got Spider-Man games on here, but I'm not seeing any Marvel Future Flight Twin Alliance games on here. So you said that you spent $37,000 on this game for your YouTube channel, but it's not appearing on your channel. What's up with that? I had to delete those videos. They were copyright struck. Yeah, they got copyright struck, so I had to delete them all. I don't quote me on that one, Just a Bat Boy. I just know that he got Bison. Bison was like $110 buy. Plus, to upgrade him, he had to get more Bisons. And he had a maxed out Bison, according to him, during his Side-Scrollers interview.
And when you teach them that everyone's a boogeyman, everyone's out to get them, everyone's evil, for us or against us, it's right and wrong, it's black and white. Bullshit. It's not. It's shades of gray. It's people who have disagreements who have to learn to coexist, work together, so that all of us can be prosperous, happy, and healthy. It's not I win at the expense of you losing. It's we learn how to all exist together and win together. That's the problem with American politics.
Learn how to give me more money together.
Because they don't know how to do that. Because that's the hard way of doing things. Instead of, fuck you, I win, it should be we all win. But that's a harder idea. That's a harder concept to grasp. And they don't want to think. They don't want to have to work. They just want to sit and ride high and, get the votes on the bullshit instead of earning the votes. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it for that topic. I think it's time to move on. We have one more major topic for tonight, but I have some contributions to shout out.
It's already 8 o'clock. Thankfully, there's no Friday night football to watch, so I don't have to worry about that.
Absolutely, Ren. Ren says, I think both campaigns and the media all need to be held accountable for misinformation and controlling the narrative versus displaying facts. It's actively dividing us. Yes, yes, yes. That is the problem with this country. There is no accountability for anything. No one is held accountable.
No one's held accountable for declaring bankruptcy while spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on gotcha. Because remember, W Champions is just one game. There was Immortals, there was Supercard, there was Dokkan Battle, there was Estivis, there was Future Flight, there was Street Fighter Duel, there's that Fox animation card game, there's Hearthstone. There's all those gotcha games that he admitted to playing to. How many more gotcha games did he not admit to playing?
And guess what? That ties into our next topic. I'm not kidding you. This is all transitioning into our final major topic of the night, but allow me to do some shout outs and we're going to see how we're doing. Okay. I received a $2.50 tip from Only Brian. I think, excuse me.
Thank you, DSP, is what I wanted to hear.
I can't stop burping now. I think Obama can take the blame for a lot of this. Obama did a number with his politics. Can't spell it so well. Well, we could go back and talk about that. We're not talking about Obama tonight. All right. Obama was a Mac Daddy. We can all agree on that, though, correct? There you go. All right, that was a meme ages ago. Obama's a Mac Daddy. Remember that? That was an old meme. All right, continuing on. I received a $5 tip. What? That's the same. Yes, that's the same story. Someone tipped $5 says that's a bogus story. The same gal decided in this story. The story is the same woman. That's not bogus. It's collaborating the story. It's a different news outlet covered the exact same story. It's real. Thanks for the $5 tip. I think you're a little confused there. More than one news outlet can cover the same story. The same name and same everything. So, okay.
Ooh, what a poof. Must be British.
All right. We got one major story left tonight, and then we've got the finale where I'm going to do a few quick stories to end the show. All right? Now, we have about an hour left. So this should be definitely enough time to cover. I don't think we're going to run out of time here. That's good. Because this next one is wild. This next story I want to cover. But we're in the last hour.
How would you run out of time, DSP?
Again, guys, please.
Sound like, oh, guys, I got to do something after work. No, you don't do anything after work. Fuck off.
A sub for yourself, a gifted sub for your fellow viewer, or a tip. All right? Let's hit the goal tonight, considering the fact that supposedly we have 1,070 viewers here tonight. Let's hit the goal tonight. Do it. All right. It's time for our next story on DSPolitics.
I fucking hate this intro.
Ladies and gentlemen, Darkside Pimp has just gifted 5, 10, 12 subs to the channel. 12 subs here tonight. That is by far the biggest contribution that I've received. Let's get Darkside Pimp up on the leaderboard. How are you tonight, Darkside Pimp? Welcome to the stream. That is a whopping, massive $60 of support. So, that means we are at 149.
And you know, if he missed it by a single dollar, like, oh, the guys, streak's over. I guess no one wants DSPolitics anymore because we missed the streak goal, guys. Now, if you guys want to support me, become a member, or a super chat, or even easier and free, hit that thumbs up. Remember, if you don't hit the thumbs up, the terrorists win.
Out of our $150 of support tonight. Now, remember what I said. I said if we hit the goal, that's great. If we exceed the goal, the extra funds are going towards me doing a double or triple episode of DSP Tries It tomorrow. Earlier today, we exceeded the goal by $36. So if we can get another 64, yeah, we can get another 64 extra dollars tonight over the goal, I'm going to do the first ever triple taste test on DSP Tries It tomorrow. 3 different restaurants making a smash burger, and I'm going to compare them all. So let's do it. The first ever, the biggest, the best DSP Tries It I've ever done tomorrow over on DSP Gaming.
So according to the chat, the reason Merc is messed up is because of sex on TV, followed by anime, followed by violence in movies, and lastly, video games. Hit the thumbs up. All right, all right.
Okay.
That's how you stop the terrorists from winning.
I'd say I saved the best for last, but I don't necessarily know if that's how people are going to take this segment. All right, let's get started. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know, I live in a suburb of Seattle, Washington. Okay, a suburb of Seattle, Washington, and in this area of the country where I live in Washington State, it is incredibly left-leaning and liberal. Everything here, the government, every level of it, the way that they police, the lawmakers, everyone in charge is incredibly liberal. All right. Now, I don't have an issue with that. What I have an issue with
yes, you do.
Is that actively in the last 4+ years, crime has become a ginormous problem here in the Seattle area. And I don't just mean, oh, there's a few thefts here or there. I mean actual organized crime rings, people who are smashing into buildings overnight and robbing ATMs by stealing someone's car in a carjacking and then driving it through the front double doors, smashing the ATM, taking the money, and running out the door. People who are driving into the front of drug dispensaries, like the marijuana dispensaries that are legal here in the United States, they'll drive right into it, rob the entire store.
10 seconds on Google. As of April 17, 2024, homicides in Seattle have decreased by 36% year-to-date compared to the previous year. 2023, violent crime downtown fell for a second consecutive year. And homicides decreased by 36% year-to-date compared to the previous year. 2021. Oh, here's 2022. Ooh, crime increased by 4% compared to 2021. So, it had a spike in 2022, but then went down in 2023 and in 2024. Burglary rates have declined significantly since 2012. Street disorder remains a serious challenge. What's street disorder? What do they mean by street disorder? Is it just like drunk in public or what? Oh, homeless people. All right. In 2023, Seattle was ranked the 3rd safest city. Incidents of violent crime downtown fell in 2023 to the lowest level since 2018. Downtown core has seen a significant decline in violent crime. The number of homeless encampments downtown has declined slightly since the pandemic. Emergency calls nearly double with, drug use, overdoses. Alright, so what they mean by street stuff is they're talking about homeless people and people doing drugs in public. So yeah, drunk and disorderly and all that. They're not talking about rapes and murders and burglaries and stealing your car. Yeah, guys, the gangs are stealing tires and shopping bags. This is insane. Oh, good point. He lives in a gated community. He lives in a gated community. New York City crime rate versus country. Ooh, 2022 homicide rate of 6.0 per 100,000. Compares favorably to the rate of the country as a whole, which is 7 per 100,000. So they actually have fewer murders in New York City on average than the country as a whole. St. Louis is, ooh. St. Louis 64.4 per 100,000. Holy shit. New Orleans 53.3 per 100,000. As of October 15, 2024, New York is one of the safest cities. Number 1, South Burlington, Vermont. Number 2, Casper, Wyoming. 3, Warwick, Rhode Island. 4, Burlington, Vermont. 5, Boise, Idaho. 6, Yonkers, which is part of New York City, New York. Cedar Rapids, Iowa is 7. Columbia, Maryland is 8. Portland, Maine is 9. Virginia Beach is Virginia is 10th. Huh. So it's not as bad as it used to be anyways. South Chicago. We don't talk about South Chicago. North Chicago, museums, concerts, the Bears. East Chicago, museums, restaurants, concerts. West Chicago, starting to get towards Iowa. South Chicago, not so much.
We've got rings of people who in one night will rob 4 to 5 different stores in the same neighborhood, and they don't ever get caught or go to jail. Okay? It's gotten so bad, and the crime out here has escalated so badly. I swear to you, this is not an exaggeration. I'm going to prove it to you in a second.
Crime rates. The state with the lowest violent crime rate is Maine, followed by New Hampshire, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Wyoming, New Jersey, Kentucky, Vermont, Virginia, Idaho. Those are the 10 lowest crime rates. So the top one is... Oh, come on, load more. Why are you loading 10 at a time? Come on. All right, the worst 10 states for violent crime rate. Huh. Oh, hey, why'd you refresh? God damn it. Stop her doing that. Say it just refreshed on me for some reason. Ohio, 22. Yay. State of Washington is 28th. So right in the middle. Alright, so... Oh, but if it's per capita, New Mexico has a low per capita. Although, that wouldn't matter. Because it's per 100,000 people. New Mexico, 50. Alaska, 49. Arkansas, 48. Louisiana, 47. Tennessee, 46. California is 45th. Colorado, 44. South Carolina, 43. Missouri is 42. Michigan, 41. Nevada, 40th. So those are the 10 states with the most violent crime. Well, again, numero uno, lowest is Maine. According to this thing I just Googled.
You can now go to a store, any retail store. All right, let's take an example. Walmart. You can go to Walmart right now, and you can stand at the front of Walmart.
What the heck kind of name is White Sox?
For 2 hours
Sounds like
straight.
A stupid name to me.
You will absolutely witness someone stealing and running right out the front door, with absolutely no one to stop them, nothing to track them or follow up on that crime, and no repercussions.
What, do you want the cashier making, what is it, minimum wage, $15 an hour? Do you want the cashier to chase them down and beat them up? I don't want a cashier getting hurt trying to stop someone from robbing the store. Fuck that. That cashier is not getting paid enough for that. I say it's a little bit cold to be kayaking anytime soon. Unfortunate. Kayaking is done for the year.
Repercussions whatsoever. Okay? The law enforcement out here have been outright told to not even bother apprehending people who steal from retail stores unless they're putting people in like physical harm or they're stealing an incredible value amount of stuff, like thousands upon thousands of dollars of product. Then they will actually physically arrest them. Otherwise, if they get caught, they just get told, give the product back, and then they let them go. They literally don't do anything about it. They're not arrested. They're not even detained. They just let them go. Now, it got so bad, okay, so bad, that even the people here in the last year to year and a half have begun to say, we went too far. We made the laws too lax. We made it too easy to commit crime. We made it so that there's no repercussions. And because of this, we need to change. What was happening was businesses in downtown Seattle were getting robbed so frequently, so often, with no way to stop it. They all went out of business. There was a Target that was in downtown Seattle. Target, you know, the major corporation chain, had to close their doors because they were losing more product than valid sales. Multiple stores were getting smashed and attacked every night, and they had to go out of business. So finally, people went to the government and said, we have to stop this. You have to do something. We're dying out here. Our businesses cannot exist or live. We need a Seattle Batman. What do we call him? Liberty Man.
Seaman. Come on, Seaman. Help us. It's Seaman.
I don't know. Captain Lefty. I don't know what to call. You need someone out here to do something, because right now, nothing is stopping this. It's just getting worse and worse. Okay? And what I like to do is actually show you the evidence of what I'm talking about. All right? Because a lot of people say Phil makes it up. He lives in his gated community. He doesn't know what he's talking about. First of all, there's a reason I live in my gated community. I'm not a fucking idiot. Okay? I kind of saw where things were going. I'm like, you know, this is good for me and my family. Why do you think I moved here 10 years ago? Right? But allow me to show you some of the things that are going on in Seattle right now. Why car thefts are a gateway to more serious crimes committed by kids. Wait, what did you just say? Car thefts are being committed by kids? Yes. We had an entire group of guys out here called the Kia Boys. They were going around stealing all the Kia cars. Children. These were not people in their, you know, late teens, 20s, 30s. Children. We're doing this. Okay?
Yeah, it's a cat and a
in
horse.
Our series,
That's not a
Underage
family,
Under
that's
Arrest,
a
law
farm.
enforcement experts say stolen cars are driving a spike in juvenile crime. Over the past several months, King 5 reported an alarming trend of Western Washington, a spike in crimes committed by juveniles. No juvenile crime has spiked more than car thefts. Law enforcement experts say it's leading to an increase in more serious crimes committed by kids. The stolen cars are being used in armed robberies and smash and grab burglaries. They find a soft target, they just keep going till they just can't anymore. Co-owner of hashtag Cannabis Logan Bauer said, Bauer Shop in Old Town Redmond has been hit by burglars 5 times in the last year. In many smash and grab cases, surveillance videos show groups of people scurry into a shop to pick off product and look for cash. Law enforcement said more often than you'd think kids are behind those masks. Every time it is crushing to a small business. Every time, probably $30,000 to $40,000 worth of damage to the building. Or probably around $200K worth of damage at this point last year alone. The cars that ripped through the dispensary are part of a trend around Western Washington. In King County, compared to 2019, juvenile felony charges for car thefts are twice as high. The numbers are even more extreme in Pierce County, where car thefts have tripled. Tripled. And now they're on pace in 2024 to be even higher. Sergeant Derek.
I also think Kia, I think, got sued because their cars are so easy to steal. Not like the old Toyota Corollas where you just jammed a flathead screwdriver into the ignition. Yeah. Cars used to be super easy to steal. Like, again, with the Toyota Corolla, you just jam a flathead screwdriver into the ignition, and you're good to go. But Kia apparently was, let's keep it easy to steal. Not a good idea.
Aaron Moss of the Pierce County Sheriff's Department and other law enforcement.
Oh, he's definitely terrified of people.
To pull off more serious crimes, you often have to start with the car. It's the start of any crime that you're going to think of. That's the first step. Police officials say recent laws are contributing to the increase in car thefts. Like in 2021 police pursuit law that only allows officials to initiate a chase if they had reasonable suspicion of a violent crime. Kids knew it would be easier to get away with stealing a car. So as long as they're not actually physically attacking someone violently, cops were told, just let it go. So that shoplifting, stealing of anything, all allowed. Now that law, luckily, was reversed over this last summer. But what's happened is, for 3-4 years, people knew that they could just get away scot-free with it. So now you have a whole generation of people who are acting like that. A law that's still on the books doesn't allow minors to be questioned without an attorney. It was passed to prevent youth from coercive police tactics. Law enforcement said the outcome is a lack of accountability. What we're seeing is that we're not necessarily getting to address lower-level crimes, and it's leading to an increase in our violent crimes continuously. Prevention is the best way to keep kids from being tempted to do dumb crimes because they're not profitable. The people who are recruiting them don't care what happens to the kids. We can remove the profit incentive. We remove the incentive for people to coerce, encourage, or recruit kids to commit the crimes. What the pandemic did was create silos. Since 2020, he's seen more kids lose their connection to school and sports. He watched some of the most vulnerable stray to crime. When faced with adversity, they went back to the skills they learned in their trauma-informed spaces. This is what we're seeing in our communities. Young people that weren't equipped for the world we're now in. Do you want to know something? I'm reading this. Oh, by the way, I just talked about the Kia Boys. Here it is. Law enforcement has made strides to stop it. There's been a number of so-called arrests, involving the Kia Boys. What the? I'm just trying to highlight that. Thanks. A group of young people leveraged a design flaw in Kias and Hyundais, and they made car theft popular by posting these videos on TikTok. The victims of these crimes, like hashtag cannabis, are dealing with significant losses. Okay? So that's the article. Now, however, I do have a question. I have to ask a question. Okay? These are children. These are not grown adults doing it. They are children. A child is legally the responsible of their parent or guardian. Where the fuck are the parents? How is it that these kids are free?
Maybe the parents are at work, pay the bills, so the kids are just running around doing whatever the fuck they want while the parents are stuck working actual jobs. I know, DSP, you'd be terrified to work an actual job, but maybe the parents aren't.
To go out and do whatever they want, They can rob cars. They can drive them into the front of buildings. They can rob. Where the fuck are the parents? And if the parents are irresponsible, like someone literally just said in chat, they're home smoking crack. Let's say that's the case. And these kids get picked up for committing violent crimes, robbing cars, destroying dispensaries. What is the punishment for that parent? Because they're legally responsible for the child. They're the ones that had the kid and has to raise that child and make sure that they become a productive member of society. Where's the punishment for the parent sitting at home?
Where's the punishment for your parents not raising a productive member of society?
High off their fucking ass. Because if there was a punishment to the irresponsible party that created the child, then they probably wouldn't have had the child. Get it? People are not just going to willy-nilly have kids and not care about them if it means they're going to get punished and locked up for the actions of the child. But for some reason, this is like lost. No one talks about this. No one can figure this out. It's like the big, crazy, unfigure-outable thing. Oh, punishment for actual irresponsibility? Yes. Let's continue.
Your parents would be in jail for raising you if that was
7-Eleven
true.
robbed twice in 24 hours. There have been 8 robberies at the same location since February. What? 7-Eleven clerk Sheevan Kalyan is working the register at the West Seattle location the morning after his coworker was robbed on the job hours earlier. He took the whole thing from here and they took the cash from the register too. That's what they did, then they ran away. The second time in a day that his shop was hit by robbers, in less than 24 hours. Seattle police say 8 robberies since February.
Money left over after that.
Kalyan wasn't working last night, but when a man held a gun to his head, an image of the crime was captured by store surveillance camera. Can we see that? Holy shit. Look at this. That's terrifying. Fucking guy's getting paid minimum wage to get a gun up his nose. Jesus. Oh, it was just down there anyway. Why did they... Now, wait a minute. Why did they put a link of that when it was literally right there and we were going to see it anyway? Keep working. We don't have an option. What do we do? This is not like a kid playing cops and robbers. These kids are very, very dangerous. You notice he's saying kids because I'm not kidding you. These were children who committed these crimes. Okay? No one is trying to stop them. They keep doing it. We got robbed the night before, then we get robbed 2 more times. All right, let's continue. The youngest suspect in a string of Seattle gas station robberies pleads not guilty. The boy, who was 13 years old, faces 4 counts of first-degree robbery and 1 count...
Well, maybe he was trying to make money because his parents took away their credit card so he couldn't tip you anymore. You ever think about that, DSP? That kid is trying to support his favorite streamer, Darkside Phil, but now he can't because his parents took away his credit card. Unless he robs a 7-Eleven. Robs a 7-Eleven, and now he can go back to supporting his favorite streamer, Darkside Phil.
Count of making a false misleading statement to a public survey. A 14-year-old boy charged for a string of gas station robberies pleaded not guilty in the Juvenile Division of King County Superior Court on Thursday, November 21st. The boy, who was 13 at the time, faces 4 counts of first-degree robbery and then a count of making a false or misleading statement to a public servant. 19-year-old Amari Lard and 21-year-old Ty Xavius Holmes were charged with 4 counts of felony first-degree robbery in connection with the robberies. Both adults remain in custody on $400,000 bail and are scheduled to... What the fuck is going on over here? This is so distracting.
That's a fucked up strategy there, Lord DS Parody.
$400,000 bail and are scheduled to appear in court on December 4th. I can't even get it off the screen. Seattle police believe the trio was behind a series of convenience store robberies over an hour and a half in the early morning of November 15th. From Georgetown to West Seattle. According to court documents, the suspects paid off with cash from the registers, tobacco products, and a cashier's wallet. They were also captured on store surveillance footage at all 4 locations. They're also connected to several other robberies for earlier in the month, but no charges have been filed for those yet. Holy shit. The 3 were arrested Saturday, November 16th after leading police on a dramatic car chase that ended in a crash near Tequila. Right? At the time of his arrest, the 14-year-old was wearing clothing nearly identical to that worn during the robberies that were committed. After being arrested, the boy allegedly provided a false identity. So, basically, they've got him dead to rights. They've got all the clothes and everything to prove that it was him. 13 years old at the time. But we're not done. Are you kidding me? Look at this. Look at this. This has nothing to do with the article. This is very annoying that they're playing that right now. It's very distracting. I don't care about what happens at Muckleshoot. You ready? It gets even worse. I saved the worst for last. It's unbelievable. An 11-year-old was among a trio arrested in connection to a Seattle convenience store robbery. Okay? 2 adults and a child appeared in court.
Shut up, DSP. Think about it. You're 11 years old. You're gonna get a slap on the wrist at worst. They're not sending your ass to juvie. Oh, he's a minor. He didn't know what he was doing. He was influenced by the others around him, or they bullied him into doing it. That kid ain't getting in trouble.
Afternoon in connection to a string of convenience store robberies. The one in the video is holding a rifle and is 11 years old. Well, now I want to see it. Can we get past muckle bullshit? Can I see the video? Can we see the video? Can we... They're making it really hard to do this show. And again, I can't use ad blocker, because if you use ad blocker, they block you from these sites. Here it is. Ready?
The most spectacular.
Oh my God.
How dare they play ads when I'm trying to make money?
God. Oh. Oh man, yes, ultra felted. Ultra felted. Destroyed. Oh my God, we have to see this.
Alan, how's it going?
Bullshit. Oh man. All right. Okay, are we done yet? No, it's still going. It's incredibly disturbing. Are we done? It's still going? Skip ad. Good fucking Lord. Okay, here we go. Ready? Guys, we finally get to do it. We finally get to watch the video, and then I have shout-outs to do.
Appeared in court this afternoon in connection with a string of convenience store robberies in Seattle and
So hold on.
Thanks for joining us.
That kid holding that gun was 11 years old.
For King 5 News at 5, I'm Joyce Taylor. Sebastian Robertson was in the King County courtroom this afternoon, and he joined us.
How do you go full screen? Can you not go full screen? This website is a piece of shit. I can't even go full screen.
With the latest, one of those suspects, very young Sebastian.
Very young, Joyce. One of the suspects believed to be caught on camera, just 11 years old. Prosecutors believe a rifle was involved. Say one suspect was 19, the other 21. Today, the trio, all 3 of them, appeared.
A good point. That kid's working harder than DSP does.
The other adult, 2 judges ruling all 3 will stay in custody.
Now hold on, because I want to make something clear. We just watched or read an article that said there was a 19 and 21-year-old and a 13-year-old. That was a different trio. This is a completely different trio of criminals that are doing this. With this time, it's an 11-year-old instead of a 13-year-old.
Yeah, you could have gone on YouTube to find it, but guys, that's too much work.
We are watching the actual news reports from my local news together right now.
Thank you, sir. You have a nice day.
Convenience store owner Pawandeep Singh still processing the fact that
There
an
it is, look.
11-year-old boy is accused of holding up 2 of his employees at gunpoint.
I know. It's unbelievable. The new generation, I don't know what they guys doing, you know?
Seattle police believe the same trio is behind a series of convenience store robberies over an hour-and-a-half Friday morning from Georgetown to West Seattle.
So they basically went around and did 4 robberies back-to-back.
Thieves, they say, were not deterred.
So they're working
by the dozens
hard.
of cameras inside this Georgetown shell
Unlike
station.
DSP.
Saturday night, according to court documents, police tracked the crew to a Hyundai driving near Tukwila. And when they tried to pull the vehicle over, the
A Hyundai, which is what we said. That's the car that they're stealing. They're stealing Kias and Hyundais.
driver took off, leading police to this intersection in Seattle's First Hill neighborhood. One of the suspects
Too much
even appears
driving
to be
for
wearing
DSP.
the same jacket as seen in the surveillance video. All 3 were arrested Saturday night.
In addition to the allegations.
Today, the 19 and 21-year-old faced a judge. The court setting bond at $400,000, finding probable cause over the weekend to hold both men on suspicion of 4 counts of robbery. As for Singh's convenience store, they never missed a beat, hoping at the same time that the child and young men are still young enough to change course.
Maybe they can learn something for the future.
Joyce, the 2 adults remain in the King County jail behind me. A judge ruled that the 11-year-old will also remain in custody. Worth noting.
Here comes the money, 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 money.
System, so that 11 person will remain in custody at least until the next trial date.
So, if this kid is found to be guilty of committing a crime, literally held a rifle up to a guy's head to rob him, and the kid obviously is going to go into some kind of detention, right? Juvenile detention or whatever. So what's the punishment for the parent? Why did the parent allow an 11-year-old child free reign to hang out with gang members who could provide weapons to the child to commit armed robbery?
Again, they could have been at work.
I want answers on this. I want to know why.
Oh no, the dad died from cancer and the mom's working 2 jobs to pay the bills. And she doesn't... Alright, so she didn't know that her son didn't go to school or wasn't hanging out with his regular friends. Because she's too busy working. Very definitely a possibility there, DSP. I know, working 2 jobs, you don't even work 1. I get it. inconceivable to you to work 2 jobs when you don't even work 1.
Why do we live in a society here in the United States where parents are not accountable for the heinous actions of their children? That child should have had a home to grow up in with a loving parent or parents to teach them responsibility, to teach them right from wrong, morality. They got obviously none of that, correct?
Why didn't your parents teach you any of that,
DSP?
DSP?
11 years old. You want to know what I was doing when I was 11? I was at home playing video games.
You're begging your parents for the Wolverine toy?
I was playing outside with my friends and toys. I was collecting comic
You didn't
books.
have friends.
At that point, I think it was right around the time of the release. Let me think about that. It was Street Fighter. Yeah, Street Fighter had come out in 91, 92. So I was in arcades playing Street Fighter. That's what I was doing. You know, today, there are so many things for kids to do that are productive. There's sports. There's all these other programs. There's education. There's, hell, stay at home. Go on the internet. Do something. Do anything but hold up a store with a
How are
gun.
they supposed to support their favorite streamer?
And
Darkside Phil, they don't rob liquor
who's going to be held
stores.
accountable? Or is this kid just going to get thrown into the juvie system just to come out years later, have no family support, have absolutely nothing, and just basically become a criminal again the second they hit the streets? What's going to happen, right? I want to know. I seriously want to know what's going on. That there's this crazy epidemic of crime here in Seattle, including children stealing cars, teaming up with gang members, and holding people at gunpoint, holding them up. This is insanity. And it's an epidemic. Now, I'm going to show that I'm fair, all right? I'm upset about this happening. However, there have been some efforts to actually try to stop this from happening. To the extent that I feel like you can maybe do, but for example, here's an article. This one's a couple weeks old, I'll admit. I think this is, oh no, this is only this week. Holy shit. So, Seattle mayor issues executive order creating a downtown activation team. The downtown activation team conducts targeted enforcement of dangerous and disruptive behavior and cleans and restores areas of concern.
That's
Here they
always
are
been a
at
thing.
Pike Place Market. Seattle Mayor Bruce.
That's the thing. It's always been. It's always been a thing. But A, he was a kid, so wouldn't be paying attention. 2, he grew up in what? Greenwich, Connecticut. Guys, the main streets of Greenwich, Connecticut, guys. There was, when I was younger, someone jaywalked. Ooh. So he wouldn't see anything like that on the news. And if you live in Connecticut, there's something going on in Rhode Island, you're not seeing that on the news. You're seeing squirrels water skiing or whatever, you know? Nowadays, because of the internet, yeah, you see everything that happens.
Harrell signed an executive order Friday establishing a downtown activation team pilot aimed at reducing crime and emergency calls. The pilot comes after the city began operations in the downtown core in early September. Officials said that the results are positive, prompting them to expand operations to the Little Saigon neighborhood early this month. In the Pike and Pine area near 3rd Avenue, violent crime has decreased by 27%, and emergency service calls decreased 14% since the efforts began. Our pilot is conducted to focus cleanings and connecting people to services, working in partnership with the community. The team brings together service providers from across the city and coordinates safety operations downtown and in the Chinatown International District and Little Saigon neighborhoods. It conducts targeted enforcement of dangerous and disruptive behavior and cleans and restores areas of concern. Public safety is top of mind, especially after a man was arrested for allegedly stabbing 10 people over 2 days in the past week in the Little Saigon area. So I want you to think about that. This guy started stabbing people in the street. No one stopped him. He walked away. He continued to stab people. He stabbed 10 people.
Would you have stopped him, DSP? No. You'd have been, I can't stop. I'm in the middle of a hot streak on WWE Champions. I just spent another $110 on another coin package. I can't help stop that guy stabbing people. I gotta get more polls. Yeah, DSP, we know. You wouldn't help anyone. You'd be too busy playing WWE Champions to help. We know.
Before someone finally stopped them. Where is the law and order? We know what happened last week in all the stabbings. It's scary. That's something we see. We're working on it. I've seen in the last couple of weeks the city being clean. I thank everyone for doing that. In September, the activation team completed 200 restoration actions and 100 graffiti abatements downtown. The team may be expanded to other neighborhoods beyond downtown. Herald is expected to submit 2 pieces of legislation to the city council to support the pilot program focused on deterring retail theft and stolen goods being sold in public spaces, as well as maintenance operations. They're calling the program a roaring success. So, to make this clear, because you may not understand what this program is, this is not, we have a crack team of cops given reign to go to a part of the city and just slam the criminals. This is a group of people in the other enforcement areas, such as like a cleanup crew, would come to the area and start cleaning graffiti, start cleaning the sidewalk, start cleaning. And when they did that, crime went down. Why? Because if people are around and about doing work like that, the criminals probably don't want to be there. They want to go to the spot where they can get away with it and no one's going to see it, no one's going to harass them, and no one's going to hinder their getaway. So they're going to go do it in other places. You see? Because you might first think, oh, cleanup crew. That sounds like they're sending Judge Dredd down there and he's going to start blowing people's heads off to stop. No, that's not what this is. What this is kind of like non-violent, non-police actions.
I'm sorry, Draconius. I'm trying not to lose IQ points either.
At least they're trying to do something. Something is better than nothing. Action is better than inaction. But I'm not convinced at all.
But he sucks at Street Fighter, dude.
These actions of a cleanup crew is actually going to have the effect desired of stopping crime, right? If you don't know, what actually happened here in Seattle was during 2020, COVID and the Black Lives Matter movement, excuse me, all of the lawmakers here said, police have too much power, police brutality, police misuse, we've got to defund the police, we've got to depower the police. So they made all the laws different. So now, unless you commit a violent crime, you can't even get pursued. Unless you're stealing a certain amount of money, it's thousands of dollars of product, you can't even be arrested for it. They made the laws so lax that there's no consequences for anything. So the criminals said, let's recruit kids because there's no consequences for any of us for anything. So let's just get away with it all. And now they actually had crime, like actual theft rings. People who go into stores in teams of 2 and 3, and they go in sweeping with bags and they just fill the bags. They walk right out the door. They go meet up at a house.
Grocery bags,
as a fencing house. They dump all their product on the floor and they get paid a flat rate for how much they stole. And then they go out and do it again. The person in that house fences all of that product on the black market, or like they were saying there, marketplaces selling illegal product on the streets. They make a ton of money. And this has been happening for 4 years. There are some stories where the cops have been able to actually track down and crack down some of this stuff. But here it has been a nightmare. Absolutely. It's like an IRL thieves guild. That's exactly right, Lord Lunchmeats. 100%.
Gotta relate it to Skyrim somehow, huh?
Even me living here in the very left-leaning, very liberal part of the country, the people here have had it. They want things to go back to law and order. They're seeing businesses close down, people getting hurt. They're trying to fix it. The problem is it's a slow process. They've got to repeal all these new laws that they passed, which takes time. They've got to vote out the lawmakers who did this dumb shit. It's ridiculous. What happened is a lot.
But you don't vote. You have absolutely no option here, DSP, because you don't vote. Dumbass.
A lot of the lawmakers at that time, they passed all this stuff, and then they all resigned. So they passed all these laws, and they said, well, no responsibility for me. I'm out. See you later. And they just walked away. So now the mess is left by other people to try to figure out how to fix. You know, I do not envy Mayor Harrell in any way, shape, or form. This man was left an insane mess of Seattle. Seattle used to be a beautiful city. When I moved here in 2014, Seattle was a huge focal point.
Yeah, so he doesn't go.
There was beautiful space.
But you don't go into Seattle. You went, what, twice with Leanna, then once with Kat, and that's it.
Awesome ferry that would go.
He's
out
gone into the
that,
city maybe half a dozen times in the 8 years he's been there.
Pike Place and the docks down there, and then all this cool tourism in the city. The freaking the pop culture. Oh no, excuse me. The science center, the pop culture museum, shopping, tourism, culture, industry. It was great. And then all of a sudden, all this crime swept in the last 5 years, and now people have outright said, "Man, it's like going there's a different place." It's like, you know what they're comparing it to? Old school New York City. Remember New York City before they cleaned it up? Remember when Times Square used to have like sex shops and stuff on it, brothels and shit? Remember that? That was like the 1980s and stuff. Like that's what they're comparing it to. Like you go around, you get robbed. You're gonna see people fighting in the streets. You're gonna see kids holding up stores. You're gonna see all this all this awful stuff happening. And it's completely different. And so
he was born in '82, which means even in '89 he would have been 7 years old. Do you really think a 7-year-old knows anything about what's going on in Times Square, New York City? Not a chance in hell. He had no idea what was going on. Like, there's nothing going on that he knew about. Because he was 7.
It sucks because I live here and I want to go there again. You know, my wife moved in with me in 2018. It's now 2024. Do you want to know how many times we've been to Seattle? Once in 2019 or 2018. That was it. Since then, it got so bad, we don't want to go back. We're waiting for there to be a change, for it to go back to the way...
You said it didn't get bad until Black Lives Matters existed in 2020. So why didn't you go again in 2018 or in 2019 or in early 2020 before those dirty, rotten minorities showed up? Huh.
The way that it was, where it was safe and it was fun. I'm not going to go there and have to deal with all this shit. Why? I'm asking for trouble. Why would I go there? And the same goes for many people. They just don't want to go there anymore. And that's why the businesses are closing and things are going back. They're trying to fix it. I cannot blame the mayor. He's trying to do stuff within his range of power. The problem is all the cops quit because basically they took all the power away from the police to police. And the police felt like, man, if I actually go out of my way to like arrest someone, I'm going to get sued. They're going to say that I violated their rights. They're going to say that I went too far. And therefore, the cops all quit. So we have, I believe, as of a year ago, the report was we have the absolute lowest cop to resident ratio of like anywhere in the country. Like we have the fewest cops to do anything because everyone quit. They're like, we're not going to work this job. Why would we want to do this? Right? They're out of their mind. I'm out of here. So they all quit. So now like they're trying to have incentives. If you become a cop here, they give you like a sign-on bonus and they give you all these perks and people still don't want to do it. They're done with it. So there you go. I will from time to time give you guys cumulative updates on how things are going here in the Seattle area. Because I talk about it sometimes.
No one cares,
content,
DSP.
But
No
now
one
that I actually have a
cares.
political show, there's a place for it. I will get you caught up on the Seattle situation over time because I know that people want to know what's going on with me and my family. Why don't you go to Seattle? This is why. This is exactly why. It's not safe. It's dangerous and it's messed up and it needs to be.
But you don't drive a Kia or a Hyundai, so what do you care? You're not driving the cars that they're stealing, dude. So what are you so worried about? No one's gonna steal that car that is what? Let's see. Holy shit, it's over 5 years old already.
Fixed, and hopefully they are going to fix it and go in the right direction. Okay? All right. So, good stuff. Now I have a bunch of shout outs to do. And then to end tonight's show, I'm going to have a few rapid fire stories. 3 rapid fire stories to end the show. But I have to get all the pages to reload because, like I said, these news sites, they don't even work. Like, they crash. Look at this one. Oh, God. It's so bad. Okay. This one. Okay. And did this one load? Okay. Good. All right. Shout outs. First of all, I believe there were 2 different gifted subs. I believe there was one earlier, and then there was one right now. Am I correct? I think there were 2.
So you did that story for like half an hour and you sat on all these donations for half an hour. Good to know.
Let me double check. Hit refresh here. So, yes, it was CyberChud 2077.
He doesn't leave the house.
And then Darkside Pimp just gifted another sub to the channel. So technically, Darkside Pimp now is up to 13 tonight. That's correct. 13 tonight. And then we had the one from CyberChud. But in addition to that, folks, this also happened. I received a $10 tip. And this tip is from God Revan Ryu. He says, fuck it, I'll bite. So thank you, God Revan Ryu, for a $10 tip tonight. I appreciate that support. Thank you, thank you. That means we're up to $169 in support. I then received a $5 tip. Ren, he says, have you heard of the real-life superhero that in Seattle named Phoenix Jones, who eventually became jaded with the system and started peddling drugs? No. No, I did not hear that at all. If that is true, I might want to look into that for a future episode. I did not hear about anyone named Phoenix Jones. Thank you, Ren. And then I received
more money. We know.
A $1.20 tip. Living in Tacoma, I almost never hear of things like this. To hear stories in this from my state is shocking. I live in a pretty, basically, Seattle itself and its different boroughs. Tequila, Renton, up in Bellevue. Tacoma has some of it, but not as much. This is more of the, where's the other place too? Federal Way. Federal Way has a lot of crime too. But this is like, because this is the more population dense part. This is where a lot of it is, right here. So
you live in a gated community. None of this affects
There's a lot of nice areas in Washington that are more rural. If the further you drive away from suburban and city life and you get to the more rural parts, it's a lot nicer. There's a lot less kind of that stuff. All right? All right. Ladies and gentlemen.
And why didn't you move there instead of into downtown
It is
Seattle?
absolutely official. Tonight on Kick, exclusively, we have hit the goal. In fact, we have exceeded the goal. The King's coffers have been filled for the 77th straight time. We have crushed the trolls, hit the goals.
Boo this
it is
man.
Full speed ahead for tomorrow. Only one more stream to go until the amazing
Come on, chat.
taste
Boo him.
test of a smash burger. Now, like I said, we had exceeded by $36. Tonight we exceeded by $25. So technically tomorrow, I will be doing a double taste test. I will order from 2 different places. Where, I don't know yet. It could be Jack in the Box, it could be Sonic, or it could be Shake Shack. I'm going to do a head-to-head taste test tomorrow. All right? If we raise $50 more, I will do a triple taste test tomorrow. But we got to raise 50 more by the end of the show. And time is of the essence because I only have 3 more stories to go tonight. And they're much quicker stories than the last segments that we just did. Okay? All right. So I left a few interesting stories for you guys at the end.
Thank you, Dallas.
The first story is actually an outsider's perspective on what just happened in the United States election. And I find it fascinating to hear from another country actually giving us their take on what happened. So this is a completely neutral third-party observer from Singapore. So I wonder if you guys can figure out
Shout out Slayer.
And they're going to give their take on what just happened in the presidential election. All right, let's take a look.
Despite a red wave powering Donald Trump's return to the White House, the United States remains deeply divided.
Okay, I agree with that statement.
Hi, this is Adrian Ang, Research Fellow and Coordinator of the U.S. Program at the S. Rajaratnam School of International Studies, Nanyang Technological University. Former President Donald J. Trump has won the 2024 presidential elections by a significant margin.
Volume up? Okay. Volume up indeed. Here we go.
Winning both the Electoral College vote and the popular vote, something which...
Taking all that money.
2016.
Something that makes him happy.
Republicans have also...
Hold on. Now my bar is blocking his subtitle.
...retaken the Senate and appear on their way to retaining a majority in the House of Representatives.
They did. As of now, they did. They have everything. They got the House, the Senate, and the presidency.
Thank you very
And the Supreme Court.
In this election cycle, about 3/4 of voters said the country was on the wrong track, and a similar proportion of voters said that American democracy was under threat. These are never good for the incumbent, especially when more than half of voters said they were worse off now than they were 4 years ago.
But I don't understand. According to the Kamala Harris campaign, Americans were better. Remember, we're not going back. We've changed for the better. We're not going back because we're better off now. And
on his last political show, he watched 2 whole commercials and then refused to watch any more because they may have disagreed with what he's saying right here. So yeah, congratulations, DSP. You watched 2 whole commercials and then ignored all the others because you didn't want them to counter what you were saying. Like, yeah, DSP, there are only 2 commercials you ever put out ever, guys. No, you mean only 2 commercials you watched. Said those things. You didn't watch any of the others.
Trump is going to take away all the good things that we have. But here is literally a neutral observer. All he did was look at polls and issues, took data, and he's stating facts. Singapore is not pro-Trump. I want you to understand that. They're not. This is a completely neutral party. Okay?
For voters, on the top of their minds were so-called pocketbook issues, economic issues having to do with jobs, inflation, affordable housing, voter disaffection.
Whoa, hold on. But I thought that the issues were about women's reproductive rights and Trump becoming a fascist and a Nazi czar that was going to take away all of our rights. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't get it. I don't understand.
Many people, yes, women reproductive issues was one of the issues they were voting on.
In this electoral cycle was more than enough to override any possible...
I know you don't care about women reproductive issues, DSP, because you never reproduced with a woman.
Convictions, his character flaws, or his antics in the campaign.
So let me get this straight. The American populace didn't care that the Democrats literally prosecuted him, Trump, for something that literally they all do too. They all commit these little white crimes and things, and they all get away with it because none of them prosecute each other. But all of a sudden, when someone's their political rival...
Do you have any proof of this? Please, DSP, I'd love to see the evidence that every single person in history has done this. Come on, DSP, you're the one who said it.
Does it? Then they go after him. They totally shot themselves in the foot, because if they equally went after everyone this way, then there wouldn't have been an issue. But the fact is, these people do these things all the time. They misappropriate funds. They misclassify
those
things,
people.
They do it to benefit
what do you mean by
themselves
those people?
And all their buddies are the people who prosecute for it. So they say, turn a blind eye. I don't care that you did it. But all of a sudden, Trump did the same thing they all do, and he's the devil. Wait a minute. I think the American people were smarter than that. Oopsie poopsie.
Voter disaffection.
Where did he learn the saying oopsie poopsie? It is so fucking annoying. I don't know why he started saying it. He's never said it before. Then very recently he started oopsie poopsie. I get you have a butt fetish and a shit fetish there, or a scat fetish, whatever you want to call it, DSP. But still, why did you start using that? Where did you hear it? I don't get it. It's so fucking cringy. To hear a grown-ass 42-year-old man, oopsie poopsie. The fuck, DSP?
Powered a Republican wave that swept across the country. This was evident in voting data.
Look at this. That's crazy. Look at this. This is insanity. So basically, only the two areas of the country that are ultra-liberal, the Northeast and the West Coast, voted liberal. The entire rest of the country said, we've had enough.
The county level, where the vast majority of the country's 3,000 counties showed a rightward shift in favor of the Republicans.
That's just crazy.
Can also point to a larger structural realignment of the American party system in favor of the Republican Party. Different voters are now moving towards the Republicans, especially young voters, African Americans, Latinos, Asians that were hitherto stalwart parts of the Democratic coalition.
So, gee, maybe if the Democrats actually wanted to win, they should have actually ran on issues that those people cared about, instead of their little issue they picked here and the little issue they picked here and the little...
Women reproductive rights is not a little issue. Women are literally the majority in America by several million people. Gee, do we try to court, I don't know, the majority of the country? Or do we try to piss off the majority of the country? We should probably try to court the majority of the country. And they tried, and then they failed.
Remember what we saw last week? The woman
watching Coco
was
Melon
abused when she was 12 and had to have an abortion. The woman who got pregnant and then Roe v. Wade got overturned, she couldn't have the abortion, she had an infection. Okay, those are the exception to the rule. The common voter is not the person in that position. You have to run a campaign based on the wants and desires of the populace. It's okay to want to help those who are in those outlier positions.
But here's the thing, DSP. It's not just women who go, you know what? If you rape a 12-year-old and she gets pregnant, she should be allowed to get an abortion. It's not just 12-year-olds that think that. It's hopefully a lot of people think that. But then you get the, but my religion says if you rape a 12-year-old and she gets pregnant, she should be forced to be your wife. That's what it says in the Bible. That's what it says in Isaiah 13-2. Whatever, like, yeah, you're going to get the religious nutters that, well, but the Bible or the Torah, the Quran, like, my faith or my cult says, yeah, we get it. While the majority of people think raping 12-year-olds is bad, there's going to be people like, well, according to this faith that I believe in, no matter what, you should not be allowed to get an abortion. No matter what. Abortion is bad no matter who you are, no matter what the situation is. But for the majority of Americans, yeah, abortion is a pretty important issue.
I feel for those people. But that's not how the election gets won. It's like they don't understand politics, but they're fucking politicians.
These groups are moving towards the Republican Party because the party is appealing to their concerns more than the Democrats. In a second Trump administration, we are very likely to see a continued strong U.S. military presence. In fact, one concern might be that a second Trump administration would push countries in the region to be more forceful in pushing back against perceived Chinese assertiveness in the South China Sea as well as the Taiwan Strait. In the first Trump administration, we saw twice as many freedom of navigation operations compared to the Biden administration, and we should expect something similar in the second Trump administration.
Great,
so
we're
saying,
China.
Expect more military issues, meaning, you know, if you're free to be able to go patrol in a certain area, they're going to go try to do that. But sometimes countries don't like that. Oh, why are you coming so close to us? You know, we're not friends, and, you know, I get it. And Trump probably will. Like, Trump is not a super fan of China. He is going to be pushing against China during his presidency. He's not going to get walked all over. So it'll be interesting to see what's going to happen in that regard.
So wait, you were bitching the Democrats are going to start World War III with Russia. Now here we are. Yay, World War III with China. Great. I don't think World War III with China is going to be any better than World War III with Russia, DSP. World War III will be bad no matter what. So why do you think it's bad against Russia, but love it against China? I wonder what could be the issue here.
$250,000 man just gifted 3 subs to the community. Thank you, $250,000 man. That means we're up to $190 in contributions tonight so far. Thank you.
In the event of a contingency either in the South China Sea or in the Taiwan Strait, a Trump administration is very likely to ask countries of the region to choose between the United States and China, something that countries have said...
Russia's a tier 4 sub. Ooh.
There you go. So, from Singapore's perspective, being completely neutral They know the reason that the Republicans won the election is because they catered to the needs, the wants, and the concerns of the common American person instead of these fringe issues. And now they're saying, well,
women being considered people is not a fringe issue, DSP.
I got to be careful, because probably what's going to end up happening is there's going to be more tensions between China and the U.S. with Trump in the presidency, and they might be like, hey, well, you got to pick one or the other. And a lot of countries don't want to do that. They don't want to put themselves between two superpowers and ended up being buddy with one, but then the enemy of the other. A fair assessment, right? I think that was a pretty good video, actually, because it's always interesting to see something outside of the bubble that you're in, and too often we only get bombarded with the bubble, and it's very, very bothersome. But now we actually got to see someone else talk about one of these issues, okay? Okay. I received a $2.25 tip from Sour Nipples. You actually think Trump is the answer? Does it matter who's president? We're still fucked. I didn't say this. Did I say that? How many times have I said, last week and this week, I said, I don't think that either candidate was a good candidate for president, correct? I've said this. What I said is, from my perspective and from my experience, the 4 years that I had as with Trump as president was better for myself.
Before he says this, let's go back to the video I already had saved.
It really is. It's hilarious to listen to this complete buffoon say stupid shit. But then again, that might be why he's running, because he realizes that people will vote for someone just because he says moronic things. And that's why I back Donald Trump. By the way, I'm kidding. I don't back Donald Trump. If he gets elected, I might leave. But
if he gets elected, I might leave. Sick, the IRS on the professional streamers. Do it. Or lower the rates enough that DSP decides to refinance his house and fucks himself. DSP Homeless Arc 2025. Here we go. Alright, I got the email. I don't have to do a conference call on Thursday because it's Thanksgiving. Yay. The conference calls are so fucking boring. It's like, oh, hey, we're going to have new product coming in. The company that's doing this is hoping to see sales of this much, so we'll be putting it in the front window. Make sure you put up the signage for it so people know that we have it. It's like, bitch, please. It's so fucking annoying. Just send me an email I can read in 5 minutes and be done with it. Yeah, no, that's a good point. Why can't they move the conference call? I wonder why. Why is it always Thursdays? Not the day of. What the fuck are you talking about? It was not the day of. It was like 2 days beforehand. Not the day of. What, DSP, do you not read these articles that you're... You would think he would read the articles. He clearly reads the articles beforehand. So how does he think that it was on the day of, not 2 days beforehand? I know what poll he's talking about. Had Iowa +3 for Harris. DSP, what the fuck? It was not the exact same fucking... Oh my god, DSP, you're such a fucking idiot. If you're that easily swayed, you shouldn't be voting. Yes, he has the ability to read something and then not remember any of it. Yes, that to her last pre-election. Not day of election, pre-election survey. Dumbass. Oh god, we don't need him using a new word like that. Don't, DSP, please don't. And November 1st, not election day, jackass. Gee, DSP, why would people lie? I can't imagine. Let's ask the master of lying, DSP. Gee, DSP, why do people lie about spending on WWE champions? Or their grocery bags being stolen, or their tire being stolen? DSP, please explain to me, why would people lie about that? Oh god, he just learned the word erroneous, didn't he? He made $194, so it's been a great night for him. What's that? Gay people are fleeing the country to a more gay-friendly country? I can't imagine why, DSP.
In a video his girlfriend Lisa Hogan shared on Instagram, Ellen and Portia
No
watched
volume,
the acoustic
what?
performance of the Corrs. Ellen has owned several lavish properties in
Oh, volume, oh, wait.
California over the years, including...
Oh, that's showing audio there. Dang it, what setting just changed? I'm not...
Montecito near Meghan Markle and Prince Harry, as well as Oprah Winfrey, who recently moved to the Cotswolds, a celebrity favorite rural area in England, including Burford, The Wrap, and TMZ has reported. The 66-year-old largely stepped away from the spotlight in recent years. In 2022, she ended her daytime series, The Ellen DeGeneres Show, after 19 seasons. A move that came following an internal investigation.
I didn't change it. All I did was click on OBS and
Reeee senior staff members exited that production in 2020, with Ellen apologizing, saying things were going to start to be different, but then she just quit the show in 2020. So, the story is...
random.
Ellen DeGeneres has left the country because Donald Trump won the election. I have one response to this story. Good. Now, everyone else who's a little whiny baby and can't take it, also go with her. Leave now and let the rational thought people stay behind. Okay? Get out. We don't need these kind of fucking people who whine and bitch and complain and cry and scream and cope and seethe. Wah!
Oh, now YouTube's telling me that chat's disconnected. Test. Okay, that appeared. What the fuck is going on? Is it me? Is it OBS? Is it YouTube? I'm saying we just watched a video of him saying that if Trump won, he was going to leave the country if Trump won. Sonny, how's it going? Yes, we just watched a video of DSP claiming he's going to leave the country if Trump wins. Looks like he's still in the country.
The election, we don't need them. We're here to try to live and coexist. We don't need these people, these rabble-rousers, these idiots who don't even understand how democracy works, sitting here crying about it. Just leave the fucking country. I wish more celebrities would do this. If you don't like how it works, leave. Stop trying to have an influence over everyone else in this country who's a normal person. Because Ellen DeGeneres is not a normal person. She's insanely rich. Why? I'm not sure. I never thought that her stand-up was funny. I never thought that her show was entertaining or funny. I've seen several episodes of it. I could literally go right to sleep when it's on. I've never once cracked a smile or thought that there was anything of value. It's the most milquetoast, boring, shovel crap that I've ever seen on daytime TV. It never had a lick of value. But people liked safe stuff, and they saw her as the ultimate safe host. Then she got exposed for being not the Miss Nice Woman, the goody two-shoes, the wholesome, family-friendly person. In fact, she was a bitch. No one liked her. Behind the scenes, people reported all this kind of stuff, that she was abusive, that she was awful to her employees, awful to the guests. Some of the guests literally hated her. But then they go, it's the right thing to do. If you
your guests hated you. Have you had a guest that actually enjoyed being on your show yet?
Don't go on the Ellen show. People are going to say that basically you didn't really do the right thing and you snubbed her and you're going to be bad in Hollywood. People aren't going to like you. So people had to tolerate her for 19 seasons of shit. And then finally, people came together and stepped up and exposed her to the vile person she really was.
Not a bad idea, Diclonius.
No one wanted to watch her show anymore. She tried to come back and failed miserably. Good riddance to bad rubbish and rich bitches like her who didn't deserve a lick of success to begin with. Fake-ass people who shove narratives down your throat that are fake. I wish more of Hollywood would leave. Because there's too many people like her who keep trying to sway Americans who are hardworking and live in the real world. Not the planet and the universe they live in her 17...
You're not hardworking. You haven't worked a real job in 14 years.
...luxury homes and all this bullshit. We live in the real world. We need inflation to go down. We need prices to go down. We need jobs and food on the table and crime to go down.
All the way to home,
secure. She doesn't have to worry about any of that.
Community.
Because she's fucking rich. So of course she wanted Kamala Harris to win. But then she can't take the loss. Oh, now for 4 more years we're going to have Trump. Good. Goodbye. So long. Don't let the door hit your ass on the way out. No one's going to miss you. And by the way, in the UK, no one's going to give you a show because no one likes you there either. All right, ladies and gentlemen.
She doesn't need to do a show. She's rich. No, she's beyond rich. She's wealthy. She has the money that she doesn't have to work ever again. She can drop everything and move to United Kingdom because she can. They gave Jeremy Kyle a show. Oof. They gave Hawk 2 a girl a show.
That is it for DSPolitics this week. I hope that you enjoyed the second show ever. Thank you. Last shout outs here. Shout out to $250,000 Man who gifted, I believe, 6 subs. Yes, $250,000 Man gifted 6 subs. And then Stuff a Horse gifted 5 subs. So that's 11 more subs for $55 more. Which means we're at $249 of support tonight here on DSPolitics. The attendance was outstanding. You guys were an absolutely great audience. I hope that you enjoyed. Thank you for the support. Thanks for watching. Remember, I'm going to clip some of the show and start uploading those highlights to DSP Reacts over the week. So if you missed part of this, live broadcast, you can see the clips over there, or you can watch it. I will leave this as an archive on the channel for the week. It does disappear after a week, but I'll leave it here for the week, okay? And next week, we're going to do this on Friday night, the 29th. So you know it's not Thursday night next week because I have a Thanksgiving celebration with my wife, but I'll be back then. Please become a submissions member over on DSP Reacts and submit your stories, clips, all this stuff. This
I can't wait for his takes on Palestine and Jewish relations. Guys giving me your input and support, and it worked well, right? Great show. We had tons of topics to cover. Let's keep that momentum going next week, all right? Thank you so very much, everyone. I wish you the best. I hope that you enjoyed DSPolitics. All right. Guys, I'm out of here for the night. Reminder that tomorrow we're back to a final day of gaming. We're going to have a level 1 podcast in the morning where as long as we hit the goal, we're going to be ordering multiple smash burgers for a head-to-head taste test. And it's going to be the premiere of Stalker 2 on that first stream. Tomorrow night on the late stream, it's going to be more Friday Night Fights, this time Street Fighter 6. Likely either playing with M. Bison or E. Honda. I'm not sure which, but it'll be one of those characters tomorrow night in Street Fighter 6. All right, everyone, I wish you the best. Please have a good evening. Thank you so much for your support. You've been a great audience, and I will see you all tomorrow morning. Oh, it's funny though, if he only got like $149 in the day stream tomorrow. Well, I guess you guys don't want to see me eat this. But DSP, you got $249 the night before. Can't one of those dollars carry over? No! The dollars don't carry over! We only got $149. I guess you guys don't want to see me do the smash burger testing. Nah! Because he's a bitch. I can't wait to see and hear his takes on the Middle East. Please, DSP, I can't wait for that shit show. But, with that, guys, holy shit, it's already 9:30 my time. I gotta get it ready for bed. Thank you for watching. Holla holla Sonny for the gifted memberships. Holla holla to everyone who hit the thumbs up to defeat the terrorists. And, as always, smash burgers where they take the spatula, they just smash it against the griddle as hard as possible to get all the juices out. Make it super thin and crispy. I don't know. I mean, I prefer a nice, big, thick, juicy burger. But some people do like the flat, crispy kind. Yep, thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for listening to me babble on about random bullshit. like tanks that fire 10,000 flatulets or fletchets, whatever they're called. Or taking the time to Google ranking versus states, U.S. murder rates per year, ingredients of Froot Loops. So again, thank you guys for watching. As always, like, subscribe, comment down below, and have one hell of a day. And actually have a great weekend, guys. I'll say Saturday after work, I'll be watching college. Sunday after work, I'll be watching pro. And then Monday, I'll be back to Dead Island 2. And if you become a member, I already posted the Discord link in a members only post on my channel. So you can come join the Discord. Can I see how many actual members of my Discord? I don't know. Oh, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. I only had 25 members on the Discord. So some people get the membership or whatever, and they don't use Discord, so they don't join. But if you become a member, we got general, meme times, lolcow posting, anime, manga discussion, sports. And if you become a member, you can always be like, hey, how about do a politics option, or I don't know, regular TV or movies, upcoming movies, movie reviews. Whatever you guys feel like doing. Anyways, all right, I'm out. I've been rambling on far too long.